YouTube.
Unaweza fanya local recording kwa kompyuta.
Kwa YouTube. Kuna my classmate alinitumia.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ಆಫೀಸಿಂದ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ
ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ
ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಚಾರ್ಜರು
ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡೋದು
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕೌಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ
ಇಡಿ ಸರ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇಡಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಜಾನಿ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇಂಟೆಲ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇಕು
లేదు ఇంకా అడగలేదు మా ఫ్రెండ్ ఉండు చూద్దాము ఇంకా కొన్ని హాస్టల్స్ ఉన్నాయేమో అని చెప్ప
Kuna shida.
Unaona hata hizi zingine zote zina mute ama? Nimeenda wapi hiyo umekuwa ukiwatch?
विघ्नहरण शुभा मंगल चरणा विघ्नहरण शुभा मंगल चरणा प्रणव स्वरूपा पाहि गजानन प्रणव स्वरूपा पाहि गजानन प्रथम वंदना गौरी नंदना प्रथम वंदना गौरी नंदना हे शिवनंदना पाहि गजानन हे शिवनंदना पाहि गजानन प्रथम वंदना गौरी नंदना प्रथम वंदना प्रथम वंदना प्रथम वंदना गौरी नंदना.
Thank you. Writing is not just the technical act of your fingers on the keyboard. Writing is living. Today, we have gathered here with the purpose of improvising our knowledge and understanding the techniques which are required for writing theses and research papers. Let us have more insight about the program. For this, I would like to invite the program coordinator, Dr. Y. Shivlingi sir, PG coordinator of Department of Agricultural Extension, to welcome our guests and also speak about the program.
It is gratifying to look around and see so many familiar faces. Colleagues, I extend a cheerful welcome to the dignitaries, both on and off the dais, professors, faculty members, and students. Today, Department of Agriculture Extension is organizing Skill Development Center sponsored training program on thesis and research for writing skills in association with the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies. The purpose of organizing this training program is mainly to develop thesis and writing skills. And as you know, for effective communication, how you communicate is most important. Generally, two things are most important, and then we call them as important skills. That is speaking and writing skills. So these are two things, particularly for speaking skill, one must be a good orator. You should have in-depth knowledge. That is one aspect. Another thing is writing is a skill and art. So thesis and research paper writing is not just a storytelling of using our own imaginations or creations. Indeed, it is providing the factual information that has been tested and followed certain procedures. That is the most important one. And so that readers, they should feel that information provided is enriched one, entertained one, and interested regarding the information provided by the writers. That is the main objective of writing the articles on the thesis. And just having the knowledge and ideas cannot contribute to the progress. Presenting or expressing the ideas in an understandable and thinkable way that can bring changes. This program supposed to be inaugurated by our Honorable Vice Chancellor. However, our Honorable Vice Chancellor informed us to conduct this inaugural function as he has some urgent meetings. If time permits, he may come maybe in the inaugural or in the midway. And I take this opportunity when we requested our Dean PGS to inaugurate this function, he kindly agreed to inaugurate this function, and who is also instrumental in organizing this program for biological science and as well as for the social science. And as you know, he is a good researcher, and as a researcher, he knows the importance of dissemination of technology through various journals, organizations, and other things. And he is an enthusiastic person and has agreed our invitation. And I take this opportunity to welcome our Dean PGS for his function. Thank you, sir. And our Dean agreed, campus head, Dr. Savitrama Madam. When we approached our Dean agreed to present this function in this changing situation, she readily agreed and accepted our invitation. And as you know, she is a very good motivator and she inspired us. And we had the opportunity to work with her from last 1.5 years, particularly with respect to RAW and other activities. And she is also a good researcher along with guiding the students. She is responsible for releasing varieties with respect to donut and vegetable coffee. And I take this opportunity to welcome our Dean Agri, Madam. Thank you, Madam. And Skill Development Center US Bangalore is really doing a good job in building skills among the students on various topics of current interest, including this type. I heartily welcome Dr. Sitaya, Director of STC for function. We have eminent resource faculties online. I think we have Dr. Yatindra Joshi, noted editor from Pune. He will deliver talk online. Talk will be on thesis and research articles, writing skill after this function. Sir, I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, for this function. Thank you, sir. And also, we have other resource persons, Dr. Surendra, Dr. Mohan Rao, Dr. Nataraj Karba, and Raghavendra from Drill Pit. And personally, I welcome all of them for this function. And I also extend my warmest welcome to our HOD, Dr. V. Krishnamurthy, for his constant support and guidance to organize this program. I welcome you, sir. And we have presence of professor and heads of various departments, faculty members, and we have technical officer Bharat Prakash, and our faculty members. I welcome all of them for this function. And focus of this program is our postgraduate students of various departments. Again, I extend personally, I welcome all the PG students who are the participants of this program. With these, I think particularly from VC Forum postgraduate students, I think they are online. They are attending this program. I also welcome the postgraduate students of VC Forum campus. Again, once again, I welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Technical writing is a type of writing where the author is writing about a particular subject that requires direction, instruction, and explanation. It mainly helps to deliver technical information for the readers in such a way that it is adapted to their needs, level of understanding, and background. So, now let us have our traditional lamp lighting ceremony, and I request all the dignitaries to come forward to join and give their hand. I also invite the
Dr. Sigdeya, Director, PVMC, Dr. Krishnamurthy, Head of the Department, Extension. Then more important is Dr. Shilingaya and all the faculty, Raghu Prasad and all the faculty of Department of Extension, and more than anything, guests who is online, and also the speakers who are going to speak and enlighten our students how to write thesis and also research papers. And more important, very, very important people of the day are all the students, all the postgraduate students who are here. It's such a nice occasion that I'm here, but I'll not be a student here. I should have been the student because there's still many things to be learned, as many of my students have not written their research papers. By the time they complete their research, the deadline for submission of the thesis, doing final viva for masters and for PhD students, they'll be in such a hurry to go out and join for a job. I think more than 50, 60 papers, the very best papers should be written. Actually, I should be blamed for it because I have never forced my students to write. If we force, as I'm just telling all the students will think that guide is forcing them. And you people will be writing in such a hurry your thesis, even though guide would have marked the timings when they have to complete the research, when they have to tabulate the data, and when they have to do the analysis, what are the different types of analysis they have to do. And after doing the analysis, before doing the analysis, after feeding the data, they'll have to check twice or thrice. Even one small mistake of putting a decimal or anything previous to that or after that, it's going to give a wrong analysis of the data. Because whenever this is an example with me only, when my students bring the analysis, I feel the whole analysis is not correct. Then when I ask them to go back and check the data, there would be a number of mistakes will be there. Even the research would have been conducted very meticulously. Students really do very good work. Really, I'm very happy in our university. Many students, more than 90-95% of the students do very good work, because the guide, the chairperson and the advisory members would give very good guidance to all the students. They would do meticulously all the work, but by the time they come to thesis writing, they will be in such a hurry, they just want to complete and throw it. It is like that. It is like, except very, maybe less than 10% of the students who really sit and write so well. Because we are all working in the field of agriculture. Agriculture is one of the important field, as you know, in COVID situation, how the agriculture progress has taken place, even though many other industries and many other fields, it was shut down and many people lost their jobs, but it never happened in the field of agriculture. And also the farmers, they were able to grow their products, and to say in the southern parts of Karnataka, our university also helped the farmers to for the sales, because there were a lot of restrictions for them to go and leave the sale. They produce especially vegetables and fruits, and also to certain extent flowers. Of course, flower market had a big problem because there were no buyers. Agriculture University made Agri-War unit and headed by our Vice Chancellor, and we have helped all the farmers to whatever the extent they were able to get good produce. In that context, when you are doing such good research, whether it is social science or biological science, it may not be 100% applicable immediately to the farming community. People like you will have to work and work and work. We will have to store them, put them together, to give the technology out to the farmers. It is not that one student or two students, when they do research, it will not be a technology which comes out. You will have to work in a combined way. And whatever work you have done, if across the state, country, or the globe, the people have to recognize and if they have to follow whatever the research which you have done, which they have to adopt it so that the good results will come out. However, you are going to write your thesis and also your research papers are going to be very, very important. So in this, it is not just after analysis, make tables and just write the results. When the guide say put some discussion part of it, what others across have done in the same field, what they do most of the time. This is an example. I don't say that everybody does that. They will just review some paper, so and so have also recorded the same thing. It is not the discussion. Why such results have come? What is the reason for it? Who all have worked behind it? What you can interpret the data by this. All these things are going to play an important role. Now I think you know that you are able to access many journals and across the globe, many journals, libraries, and so many other things. We have the software server library is one of the best ones what we have. So you should make use of it and you should write good thesis writing. You know the thesis also will be viewed across, not just your research papers. So how you write, what you write, and of course English is also very, very important, and technical information and how you communicate it in a way it would be understood. If you try to put in some fancy words, it may not be useful. Sometimes it will be misread. So this is an occasion where all of you will be learning how exactly to be written. They have tried to separate the biological science students and also social science students because the way the guidance is given to you, it will be slightly different, not much. And you have excellent speakers who are going to give, and a speaker who is online is also there. So you just make use of it and don't be in a hurry while writing your research thesis. First of all, in the first place, you put in really good effort and take all the tips given by all the speakers. You may not be taking all the tips. You need not be remembering 100% of what they're going to speak. Please make note of some of the important points which each one of the speaker is going to be giving you. And when you start analyzing your data and start writing, please go back to the speakers. Unless and until you make points, you will not be remembering. Each one of the speaker will highlight and give important things. Go back to these points, how exactly you have to write your research, thesis, and also research paper is going to be very, very important. And on this occasion, I thank Department of Extension, Dr. Srilingaya, Dr. Krishnamurthy, and all the faculty for inviting me to be here. Good luck. Please make use of it.
Thank you, ma'am. Definitely, technical writing helps you communicate with specific audience for specific purpose all around the world. Thank you, ma'am. Definitely, it was a value-adding speech. Now, I would like to take an immense pleasure by inviting Dr. N. Srinivasa, Dean of Postgraduation Studies, to give the presidential address.
Very warm good morning to all of you. Actually, I am looking at your faces today morning. Really, I feel excited because you are assembled here, and also we are here. Tell you something. It's not anything that is we are teaching here, and we are just imbibing you some skill in the portion of your program, either it's MSc program or a PhD program. And as you all know, the Agriculture University, your insight into the subject, it starts with the academic courses, and it's also associated with their exposure to research. Really, I should this one congratulate you all, and also we should feel proud that we will be introduced to an element of research in the master levels itself. And to just make a mention of that, I think once you know that we have joined for the postgraduate program, we expect you to be a good enough, or you have to gather a lot of information with the academic with the subjects. And followed by that, you will be given a small project work to just get into the introduction to the research. And this juncture, I want to make some portion of the science and how we are understanding the science and how you are contributing to science is through our efforts. And what are our efforts? Efforts is actually a research. Research, the word actually is very interesting word. It has been coined from the two words re and search. Really, nothing can human beings or anybody can create. And we have to, our first responsibility is to understand what is existing in nature and what is it is there in the science. And of course, when you come to the science, there are two things. One is the innovation and other than the discovery. And innovation, totally we are bringing some new things into our understanding. But in research, in discovery, we are actually understanding some processes of the nature. Whether it is agriculture or a social science, whatever is there, we need to understand this. And for that, we need to set some things. And how do you set some of these things? These things actually, we need to have some objectives. And actually what I should say that when we are framing the objectives, we are just formulating some hypotheses. All your this one research should essentially based on certain criteria or objectives to just go ahead. And how do you go about? Because once you see, you must have understood by this time you are this one pre-university levels that we always there are certain laws in the science, and these laws are actually initially as a hypothesis. And when we put into a hypothesis and we confirm it and the reproducibility, and then it gets into a law. And in your part, it's a part of MSc program. One second. Shall I continue, sir?
I have a meeting. Just I wanted to see you all. And I came. So actually, I was supposed to go. Just 2 minutes, I let us go.
Sir, you will please.
So, good morning to all of you, all my colleagues, all my dear students. Today also I could see a lot of girls than boys. So today I had a discussion with the principal secretary. So we need infrastructure. Why you need infrastructure? Because in the CET this time, almost 100 students are more agriculture, the girl students than the boy students. So now we are in a very bad situation as far as the hostel is concerned. So anyhow, that is a part. Friends, today they are organizing this writing thesis and research papers. So this is the one of the idea. Why I came, the university is trying to make visibility through so many means of the activities. The best thing is, for example, yourself, you want to be visible, noted by some across the world or across the globe. So how you can be visible? By way of your innovations, excellence, and also the publications as a students. So now, with that background, we requested the department so that you see our boys and girls are very intelligent and extraordinary. But when it comes to the publications and other things, they will look at that momentary. See, this is the moment I should have 2 papers, 3 papers, something like that. No, today, even if you have the 1 paper with a good rating and published in the high rated journal, so you'll be recognized much more than what you have done in the local papers or something like that. So that was my intention, why you have to be enlightened this. So here university is taking a lot of steps. See that our publications should come to a high H index and other activity NAS ratings and also the other things. But here some students are finding difficulty to pay the money for the publications. I think the PGD might have told you, today we are going to approve also officially, so 5,000 for the, if you produce, publish paper more than, 6 notch rating, and every one increase you will get 1,000 rupees. Up to 20,000 you will get. This is one thing which you have made. So that you please encash. The second thing is, you see, when you go for the publications, you always, see at the other papers or your the research. So what is happening? You are restricting to the only the objectives and some of the observations. This is what I observed in many of the theses. No, but in case of you want to publish a good paper, you have to do in-depth studies. Even if you focused on 2-3 treatments, but there should be in-depth studies and observations so that you can correlate, justify your innovations properly. That will be find a place in one of the international journal. So in addition to this, what we did, we have identified one of the international agencies. For instance, you are publishing some of the papers. So we are giving them this paper, and they are going to articulate those papers in such a way that that should be easily understandable our customers. For instance, some of you are publishing the paper which is useful only for the researchers. So in that case, how it should be your publications so that it attracts the people, the researchers, and your the number of people viewed your will be increasing, and also effective utilization of whatever your innovation is there for further the innovations. Then the second part which I would like to mention here is, for instance, your article or your research paper, it is only useful for the farmers, how it should be. So that way we have identified the one company. We have already submitted 50 articles from published by all the students as well as the our faculty. Here we have classified these papers into different things. In the sense, one is for the social science, one is the plant protections, one is for the the breeding. So like that we have classified. So in each category we have selected 10 papers and we are given. Shortly we are going to get the how it should be, because some of the paper, what they do, they even making the paper so the audio also. They will give the audio presentation about the paper, and also the pictorials. See, for instance, this is going to help the children. So for the nourishment, then they will give the small picture of the child who is undernourished, and by using this treatment or whatever the recommendations, it's going to be nourished. So this way they are going to show, so that the visibility and the viewers will be more. For that also we have taken initiative and we are paying money. So therefore, why I'm just actually I had a very big series of meetings. Why I came here, these are all the provisions which you have made in the university. So I wish you should encash it and see that your publications should be high rated and visible across the globe. This is what I would like to say. And also regarding the writing skills and other things. So even we have also introduced the one grammar, this one, shortly they are going to purchase. Process. So now we are also having one the software wherein it will teach you the grammar also. So that can be used by every student. So other than you apply madadre, so that many of the things can be get corrected. You are not using your hand, just you are using your computer for writing and other things. As a result, some writing skill is missing. See, you publish a paper, when you are writing the paper, you use the computer, use your handwritten. There is a lot of difference and lot of the experience you gain when you start writing by hand, especially for the publications. I request all of you, don't go for the cut and paste and do things, because once you start cut and paste, you will not read much. So there will be a lot of errors will come. So therefore, these are all the initiative we have taken. Even for the faculty also, we have made some provision for the publications to make the money payment for the publications, everything. So kindly make use of this. I wish there will not be any problem with respect to the corona, I believe. All of you are safe. So once again, I request you, today I think third year also arrived. So kindly ensure the social distance and also the mask, which I am having right now here. So, okay, so many people are not got the mask. At least when you are sitting close together, you use this mask. If you keep away, like me, no, see, there are to far distance. Of course, they have to use now, but there hostels also try to keep your premises clean. Not only your rooms, even the toilets and other things. And our wardens will ensure the regular cleaning and using, and also sometimes sanitizations, all those things will be done. See that there will not be any complaints about the COVID, so that everybody is safe in this campus, because it is having more than 44,000 students in this campus. So if anyone will be infected, it will be reflecting on other group of people. So this is my suggestions. All the best, and I wish you happy and prosperous new year. Physically, I'm telling you, and also the next in our birth. So this 2021 year, so it will be free of COVID. So new COVID in the mananalli ಏನೇನೋ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು. So somebody was saying, sir, ನಾನು ಕುಕಿಂಗ್ ಕಲ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಏನ್ ಕುಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಒಬ್ರು ಚಿಕನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕಲ್ತ್ರೆ ಅಂತ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಮುದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕಲ್ತ್ರೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೇ. So that's a lot of good gear. And also the students has given lot of the learned and advised the farmers. This is one good news I got from the students. They help their parents, help their the farmers in their village, and they have done a lot of the service oriented, especially on agriculture. I'm so happy. I think all of you are safe, and wish you will be safe in this 2021. Thank you. All the best.
1 minute, sir.
Sir, I will take this opportunity to extend our sincere thanks. A small token of gesture, as you told, a book is presenting to you, sir, as a mark of our small gratitude. And even his busy schedule, our Vice Chancellor made it possible, and addressed our students, motivated our students. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Srinivas sir to continue.
Anyway, I'm happy to join back. I was just telling about, because our Vice Chancellor has mentioned about the importance of teaching this one research writing skills. And before that, I want to just make a mention of about, I will just briefly tell about the importance of this your research, and how it has to be documented, and how it has to go to the this one light of publications. And basically, our research in different subjects will be, I think, can be grouped into 2 to 3 major groups, broad groups. You may be working on the basic research, or you may be working on some strategic research, and also you are based on some of these things. You can also be addressing some of the problems in the applied research. And once you develop these whatever the methodology and other things, you must have this one generated some data, and you should see that it should be first documented in the thesis, this one documentation. And I think thesis, you will have all the 6 chapters. And recently, but actually, whenever you are doing some research or some scientific experiments, you need to preserve the data. None of your data is a waste. That's why we are helping you, and this time we have developed a practical manual, and you should be able to record whatever the minor findings you feel at that point of conducting the experiment. It should be scribbled in your manual, and it can be used further. That's why you take it for that. Whatever the data you are generating, it is not a waste, it is an observation. You make a note of it at some point of the manual, and it will come to your use, either for writing papers and or also to improve your research, and also it will greatly help in preparing the discussion for some of your findings. But don't expect that all the time you will get expected results. That the one thing is that whenever you are getting some deviating results, the data, that should be interesting. Don't leave it at it and don't manipulate it, and you put it in your write-up, and you will find the answer for it. This is the way how you will just continue research, to your juniors, or you can further address when you have the time, either in your PhD programs or other postdoc programs. But this is actually an experience, but these things you should feel it. Once you are doing some experiment and research, really you are willfully, you should do it to enjoy that work. And don't depend on your guide to suggest the problems and whatever this one. When you just ask for this freedom to plan your work. And you can also just discuss with him, because it is a research, is not an individual, it is only a teamwork. That's why we have a tradition of advisory committee. Advisory committee, we will have all the members which are actually involved in that your study, and also from the different subjects. And you should get in, but that's why we need to have an advisory meeting or the colloquium in the beginning of starting of the research, and how in between also intermediately we will also have some of these meetings to just academic your this one qualification, just this one testing your academic qualification through qualifying exams, and also they were to monitor your research, that is also there. And then finally, of course, we will just evaluate the thesis, and all these things with all your ingredients in your experiments, it will be actually made to known to the advisory committee through circulation copy. The circulation copy, don't actually, sincere request is, don't request the member to hand over your research copies within a span of 1 or 2 days. If that is the case, you just go and discuss with him, this is what we have done and what I have these findings, and let him, you get the frank suggestions or the opinion about your experiments and the findings, and give some time. And also after that, you just compile all the suggestions and put it in a good form, and that will be, then it will take a good shape. That's what I want to just make a mention of this. Dr. Vice Chancellor was also telling that one more thing is that when you are preparing a documentation of a thesis, don't leave any of your materials or the research data in that one, because it should be documented. And Dr. Savitrama was mentioning that our students are also not being made to this one publish papers immediately after their work, because it should be there in the thesis at any time, and also you need to have this raw data. And now you have got a lot of option to store your data in the Excel sheets, and you keep it safe so that that can be used, because when you send it for publication, sometimes you may have to revise it and also highlight it. Now they'll also ask you to go for some of these updated statistical analysis. In that case, it will be useful. That's why don't this one play with your data, and you keep it safe. And for all these things, you should take the advice of the advisory committee member and also the chairman to frame a good paper. But here, this really I should thank the Department of Extension and also our this one Skill Development Center coordinator, Dr. Siddhaya, to giving me an opportunity, and for all of you to enrich, because all of this is writing, this technical research paper is also a skill, and that we are here to enrich it or to enhance it, and how it has to be done. It is just like you take it as an academic counseling or a research counseling, and now you will be just helping you to test. And now we have this, today we have the speakers from statistics, because statistics is very, very important these days for all research, whether it's a medical research or the plant sciences research. We always rely on our reliability of data through statistical analysis. And we have a retired this one staff member, Dr. Sudhendra, and he will be telling you about the applications and also utility of statistics. Added to that, once you prepare a reliable data, reproducible data, repeatable data, some interesting findings, it has to be put into a format of a paper or a publication. For that, we have experienced staff members. Dr. Karba is there, Dr. Mohan Rao is there. They will be telling you how the writing of the skill of the research paper. And also, we have just made some, just modifications in the presentation of a thesis pattern, because there used to be not that uniform in presenting your data in the thesis, that we have made an attempt to just uniform this one presentation of different chapters and how it should be, because it is a document. Thesis document is a scientific evidence or a scientific document, and there should not be any this one colorfuls and other things. There should not be any other what we can say the added colors and other things presentations. You should have basically a technical data. It should be put in a presentable form, because nowadays I think you must have come across that the people are also asking to deposit your thesis in some of these platforms, so that the entire thesis will be made available this one. And added to that, once your thesis is made visible, that is why, because most of the time when the researchers in the beginning of your MSc or a PhD, the visibility is very, very important. And the visibility, and also the most important is the review of literature. I think these days I have observed the people or the students are giving least importance to review of literature. It is not a cut and paste. It basically, before starting a research, you have to do a thorough review of literature. That is the basic thing in any research, either for MSc program or a PhD program. But of course, this must be all these things. This platform or a groundwork must have been done by your chairperson to just give the problem directly. But you should know the importance of review of literature, where exactly we have been able to identify the gap of research. Whether it is a strategic research or applied research, we have to identify the gap. And one is presenting a good review of literature, and also the papers. In the papers, you used to cultivate the habit of reading the papers, especially the discussion part, because they will give a very good input to just to explain their findings or the data. That will be very useful for you people to just analyze the results and to present in your form and a convincing form in a paper or a thesis. That is also very important. And also added to that, the important thing is that review of literature, and also people nowadays, we always talk about academic integrity and plagiarism. That is also repeatability. That fits in the higher education is very important, because we are also part of a partial fulfillment of research, either in the MSc program or this one in the research PhD program. We should be very careful. You should not reproduce the research what they have done. And for that, actually, we have introduced that the UGC has got a set of norms to check what we can say is the academic integrity is important in all higher education, especially in the research publications. And they have set guidelines. And previously we had a different, the percentage of plagiarism is permitted a chapter wise for all the chapters like introduction, methods, review of literature, results and discussion, even references, and also summary and And with a thorough discussion, and also as per the UGC guidelines, we have revised it from 2021. It should be only relevant to only the 3 chapters. Introduction, it is 10% is allowed both for MSc and PhD. And then for the results and discussion, 15% for MSc and 10% for PhD. And then summary and abstracts is both for MSc and PhD, we allow only 10%. That means you make use of it, and also you should also confidently present your data. And because we have a program, software program, that is a drill bit, and they will help you to just load your finding. Automatically, it will give what is the extent of plagiarism. And this time they have removed the references, review of literature and material methods, because sometimes we may also not, because some of the methodology will be repeated, and also may not be that this one, what you can say, wise to include that in a plagiarism. That apart, this one. And this is about your research, and then the conducting of the experiments, and also making it as a document, as a thesis. And coming to the publications. Publications, you are at the full liberty to select the periodical or the journal, whether it will suit a basic science periodical or a strategic research, journal, or applied research. And for that, they have a different style of writing. And how do they express the data, and how do they interpret the data? Now, don't get this one, what you can say, get into some of the predatory journals. And now also there are a lot of people, this one, journals, they are actually, if you pay something, immediately they will publish it. But their NOS rating may not be that much appreciated. But anyway, but for the don't do such things for only your publication sake. There are certain predatory journals and they will not actually, they are not referred at all. But that's why you just at the MSc level, you may not have that experience. You always discuss with your chairman and also the members and how to shape the findings, the MSc findings to make it a good paper. A good paper is done, this one judged based on the NOS rating and also the impact factors. And our Vice Chancellor was telling, this is actually, we have made it in this one resolution to encourage the publications in good NOS rated journals. And the journals which are having 6 and above, they will be just actually, we are giving them a financial incentive. We don't say it is we are not judging this in terms of the monetary terms. It is only to encourage the research publications. But actually, it is an indirect way of judging the quality of your research and also quality of our findings. And anything more than 6, it will be multiplied by 1,000, and accordingly, it will be given to those who are publishing the research, their findings or the papers in high NOS rated journals more than 6 and above. And they will be given the financial incentive. You take this as a type of encouragement. And also, you just involve with your chairman or the members or outside your this one subject, because of this one, because it needs some skill to frame your research into a good paper. And the high NOS rated journals, one is just sufficient, but don't stop it there. But once I think you will get published in a high NOS rated journal, you will get yourself inspired to continue in the same studies in different journals. That can, because for that, we need to have the data for that. And it is not necessary that all the data you have generated in your MSc or PhD to be in a single paper. No. You just get into this one, and if you have the occasion, you just make it at a repetitive, some experiments or the reanalyzing the data, and then it can be put it in a good form. And then the importance of this training is that it is in the capacity building program, writing thesis. See, I think you must have not experienced it. If a good paper is prepared with a good writing skill, and it will not be returned with a very bad remarks. Sometimes we fail in writing them in a good form. That is one thing, because nowadays there are a lot of agencies, they use their link in English and also but technical preparation of papers. That is not the end of it, because we have the options, we can just make use of it, but that skill, you have to have it yourself. And that program is today's program by Skill Development Center. And we are giving you this skill in writing thesis with some of these speakers. And Yatindra Joshi, he will be telling about the writing the research papers. He's from Pune and he's a good editor. And also we have the utility of statistics and also the technical skill of writing papers, Dr. Karba and Dr. Mohan. And you take the inputs from them, and also you interact with them. And also if you have any problems, you just discuss with them, and definitely they will be able to give you some solutions and also involve you to bring it to a good form. And with this, actually, I want to just congratulate you, and don't miss any of these lectures, and you just attentively watch. And also if wherever there's a scope for interactions, you are free to interact with that. And with this, I think I am very happy to, this is actually, I have made it as a part of this skill program, because it is, I am telling you all these things because of the part from the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies, because in this technical research writing, the PG Directorate is very much involved. And we will be just evaluating the thesis and getting the reports from the external examiners. And Of course, randomly, I will be going through some of the comments of the external examiners. And also when they sent to the papers, and you must have seen, we have one small, opinion about your findings in the MSc paper, whether it is suitable for publication in extenso or in abridged form. That's why that is also very, very important. And you take all these things, but in framing the thesis, in framing the external examiner comments, no word or no sentence is a waste. It is not included in that one. And finally, we also say that with all this, whether it is fit for acceptance or recommendation, that's also there. All these things, you use it for your publications and to carry your research. Whether we don't know whether you will be completely getting into the academic research or in a business or a commercial venture, but whatever you do justice and to even as long as you are doing your research in MSc or PhD and you publish it, and then you go to the any other whatever the job or employment other thing, and don't leave it like this, because we have seen Dr. Madam was telling we have a lot of theses unpublished. And many times your juniors will be using it, and it is said that it is only personal communication, or it is we are mentioning a reference of only thesis. And this is also an occasion to make it to your thesis into a good research paper, and also you will get encouragement, and also it will be useful for you to just to go for higher studies, postdoctoral or some of these. Nowadays, a lot of things are there. You can have attend some of these online training programs. And I think I wish you all the very best to make use of this opportunity. And you get, I think you should be contribute, all of you either they are in second year MSc or the third year PhD. I think MSc PhD students, they have some experience in their MSc thesis, but it's a good experience, must be good experience for a second year MSc students. And they will also be seeing the interesting things. And some of you must have just started the work, and some of you have just generated about 25 to 30% of research. You'll get an idea how this can be framed into thesis, and it can be how it can be further extended for publication. With this, I congratulate all of you, and also I thank the Skill Development Center, the coordinator, and also Department of Extension, HOD, staff member, Dr. Shivling Lingaya, and for organizing this. And also I'm happy that I am getting involved and making the students to enrich their knowledge. And also sometimes we may also feel it.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on dais, particularly our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dean PGS, Dean Agri, respected our head of the department and program coordinator, and our senior faculty, and my dear student friends. All speak particularly our senior. Our dignitaries already highlighted the workshop of today's importance, this writing thesis and research paper on current world. And particularly when you talk about writing is very important means to communicate your scientific work. Particularly when you have a quality research and paper, it complements the teaching and training also. For teachers, when it comes to student, it enriches their skills and capabilities. And publishing quality papers, research theses in reputed peer-reviewed journals and reports, it recognizes nationally, internationally, as an individual, as a department, as a university, and as a college. This has a lot of importance. Writing is not just putting into your thoughts in proper manner. Always it has highest recognition. Today workshop, we have none other than a eminent resource persons like Yatindra Joshi, a noted editor, and he explains how to write scientific writing in the thesis as well as research articles. Then, as our Vice Chancellor told and Dean Peaches told, how the statistical application important in putting your research in the proper manner or writing very scientifically using the statistical data. This will be explained by our senior most teacher, Dr. H.S. Surendra, then followed by the thesis, the art of writing thesis and research totally different. That will be explained by Dr. A. Mohan Rao, a senior most professor and head of the department. And the next research comes, particularly publishing papers in peer review journal. We have none other than Dr. Nataraj Karba. He has made his presence in all the platform at nationally international institutions, and followed by now NT plagiarism software will be taught by Raghavendra, because now the current world is looking for not duplication. They want to have a originality in your write-up. That will be covered, and this program is meticulously planned by our the program director, Dr. Sivlingaya, and there are a team of this workshop. For them, I should congratulate. I thanks to each and everyone to giving me this opportunity to just tell my thoughts and views about today's workshop. I hope we will carry today the workshop findings with some valuable outcomes. With this, I thanks to each and everyone.
Thank you, sir. When writing about science, don't simplify the science, simplify the writing so that everyone, even the layman, can understand the science. With this, I want to call upon Professor and Head, Dr. V. Krishnamurthy, Department of Agricultural Extension, to speak few. Now this is the time to render vote of thanks. I would call upon Dr. K.P. Raghuprasad, sir, Professor, Department of Agricultural Extension, to render his vote of thanks.
Dignitaries and the dais, faculty and friends, there is a popular quote: the secret of good writing, to say an old things in a new way, or to say a new thing in an old way also. It means, no doubt, writing is a special skill one can imbibe to bring quality writings. In this context, maybe our PG students not only become a good writers, they are also smart writers in the days to come. That too, Dr. Siddhaya will nowadays, either an institution or an individual, good writing enhance rating also. So in this context, maybe Department of Agriculture Extension chosen this topic as one of the key topic of current interest. No doubt this unique program begins with a lot of good words and motivational speeches in this inaugural function. I take this opportunity to extend our sincere thanks to all the dignitaries. First of all, I thank our Vice Chancellor for sparing his valuable time, even his busy schedule today, and motivated our students. In his absence, I take this opportunity to extend our sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor to make his presence today. Thank you, sir. So I also extend our sincere thanks to Dean PGS, Dr. Srinivasa, for his constant support and facilitating this event. Since the most of the target of our program is PG students, so and also he has given some hints about care to be taken while writing the opt articles. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence and inspiring speech. I also extend our thanks to our Dean Agri for their constant support and guidance in organizing this event, and also Madam gave useful tips for our students based on her rich experience as a teacher and a researcher. Thank you, Madam, for your presence and also your motivating speech. Indeed, we are also grateful to Skill Development Center of US Bangalore for their constant support in organizing not only this program. There are several such programs which are regularly being organized in our campus in recent days. Thanks to Dr. Siddhaya for extending all support for conducting this event. So, Extension Department is in limelight in recent days because head of the department, Dr. B. Krishnamurthy, is constant support, guidance in organizing all these events. Thank you, sir, for your presence. I also extend our thanks to Dr. Shivlingaya, who is actually the man behind organizing this particular program in most befitted way. I extend thanks to Dr. Y.N. Shivlingaya, the course director of this particular training program. Thank you, Dr. Shivlingaya. I take this opportunity to extend our thanks to all HODs, speakers, special thanks to Banu Prakash, Mandinath Gowda in facilitating this program, and also all our faculty and students to be as a part of this inaugural function. Once again, I extend a sincere thanks to all of you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you all the dignitaries for sharing your time with us and giving a valuable insight to all the students. Now let us have the first session, and the introduction regarding the guest lecturer is given by Yashasvi Dina.
Good morning all.
ಅವ್ರು ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಶೇರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಲ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್
ಅವರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಶೇರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೆಷನ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ
ಶೇರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಮಾಡೋಣ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ.
Good morning all. It's my privilege to introduce a resource person of today's training session. Mr. Yatindra Joshi. He is alumni of our institute. He taught plant pathology for 2 years at the College of Agriculture, Dharwad, immediately after obtaining his degree. He worked as a scientist with ICF for 10 years and served for a year as a senior editor with Ecrisat. And he spent almost 15 years with TERI, that is the Energy and Resource Institute, New Delhi, and 10 years with WISE, that is World Institute of Sustainable Energy. Since from 2015, he is a freelance editor and trainer. To name some of his key achievements, like he's been certified as a diplomat editor by the Board of Editors in the Life Sciences, USA, for displaying exceptional editorial proficiency. And he is passed with a Grade A certificate in Advanced English Examination conducted by Cambridge English Language Assessment, Cambridge University. And when he has been elected as a member, the first non-European to be elected of the Council of EASE, the European Association of Science Editors, for a term of 3 years. He has been teaching technical writing at postgraduate level for more than 15 years. And he also conducted workshops at India's top ranking institutions like IIM, IIT, and AIMS. He contributes regularly to editage insights on topics which are related to the academic writing. And he also been Associate Fellow for Communication Research Institute, Melbourne, member for Editorial Board, Information Design Journal, Netherlands. Out of his publication, I will just mention his recent publications like Helping Scientists Write, Publish and Present, Abbreviation Frustration, Grid-Based Layout and Refined Typography. So these are all some of his recent publications. With this introduction, I welcome you, sir. The session is over to you.
Thank you.
Before starting, sir, I welcome you once again. We feel very sorry for the delay happens. So now you are the co-host and you can share your presentation, sir. We welcome once again, sir.
Fine. I just want to ask you how much time I really have.
Sir, can you please unmute yourself, sir? Can you please unmute your mic, sir?
Yeah.
Dr. Joshi, sir, please. Your mic is... Yes, please.
Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
The voice is slow, sir.
Can you hear me?
Just a minute, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. It's audible, sir.
So you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I want to know how much time do I have?
You can take about 1 hour, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So, first, let me try and share my screen. New share, resume share.
It's loading up. Just a moment, sir. I'll confirm it.
Yeah.
Can you try again, sir, please?
Yeah, I will. Why is it not taking it? Share screen, US Bangalore. No, it doesn't seem to be scaring it. Share screen, new share. Share. Let me just get out and join again.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Please we'll wait, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. You are able to hear, sir. You can share your screen now.
Yes, but that doesn't seem to be working. I click on share screen. I have this presentation on my desktop and it just doesn't share.
Can you mail us, sir, if possible?
Yeah, okay. Which address should I mail it to?
AEX 201, sir. AEX.
No, wait. Can you see it now?
Yeah, it's coming, sir. It's coming. You can
Okay. Okay, fine.
full screen. You can go.
Yeah, is it visible to you?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay, thanks so much. And I'm really sorry for this initial hiccup, but I'm even sorrier to read this. And whenever I give webinars for any institute, what I do is I make it a practice to go to Google Scholar and try to look at some of the papers that have come from the institute for which I'm giving a seminar. And that was my other concern, that when I looked at the published output of US Bangalore, which used to be my alma mater, I was also concerned that many of the papers appear in not so reputable, in fact, I would say predatory journals. And I will share what I've learned with you. So let's get started. But this is something that is really a matter of concern, that why should agriculture be selected as somebody which is not making a good showing in terms of research output. Although I'm going to share with you what I have learned over time, and I make two clear promises to you. My first promise is, if you put into practice what I'm going to share with you, the chances that your paper will be sent for reviewing will be higher. Because as I will explain, there is a preliminary screening in which the journal editors decide whether your paper is worth sending for a review in the first place. So that's a preliminary screening. And if you put into practice what I'm going to share with you, if you prepare your paper very carefully, almost always it will get sent to the reviewers. That's my first promise. My second promise is, if reviewers, based on the content, the substance of your paper, recommend your paper for publication, then again, if you prepare it very carefully, as I will show you how, your paper will be published ahead of other papers because you have prepared it so carefully. However, I should also say that there is some element of chance. You could consider getting published in a high impact factor as a game of chance. So you have snakes, you have ladders. Maybe your paper lands on a reviewer's desk when the reviewer is in a bad mood, that's a snake. Maybe your paper lands on the reviewer's editor's desk when they are looking especially for papers on that particular topic. So that's a ladder. But on the whole, the key to success in this game is preparing your paper very, very carefully with great attention to detail. And I will elaborate what I mean by that. So we'll start by choosing the right journal, because there is such an enormous choice. There will be thousands of journals that are being published. So how do you go about selecting it? The one way you could do is go to Google Scholar, type the title of your paper and any keywords that you have chosen in Google Scholar, and look at the results. Specifically look at the results to focus on the journals that appear more frequently in the results, because that means that there is a good match between what you are offering, the title and keywords from your paper, and what the journals have already published. So that's one thing you could do. Second thing you could do is look at the references at the end of your paper. Again, specifically look for any journal that occurs more frequently, because that again indirectly indicates that there's a good match between your subject matter and what the journals have published before. If you don't find your target journal cited even once in your references, I would say there is some cause for concern. You really need to look hard about it. There are other ways which are more systematic. For instance, if you want to publish your paper only in those journals that are covered by the Web of Science, there is a service that they offer called Manuscript Matcher. Essentially what it involves is you paste the title of your paper and the abstract of your paper. Then the website runs some kind of algorithm and presents you with a few names of journals that it considers a good match for the content. So that's Manuscript Matcher. There is similarly a service offered by, if you want to publish only in open access journals, there's Open Journal Matcher. Different publishers, whether it's Wiley, whether it's Springer, whether it's Elsevier, they also offer similar services, except of course, in this case, the suggestions of the journals that they give are limited to the journals published by the given publisher. So using any of these or a combination of these approaches, let us say you zero in on your target journal. That is particularly important. You must have a target journal in mind as you write and format your paper. Once you have arrived at a target journal, there is some more homework. What you need to do is study carefully its instruction to authors. I know that they make boring reading, but it is important, because if you want to succeed in this game, you must study instruction to authors and follow them, and supplement these instructions by examining a copy of the recent issue of the journal, because sometimes instruction to authors lag behind the actual practice. So always supplement the instruction to authors by looking at any recent issue of your target journal. So that's how you should go about selecting the right journal for your paper. So as I said, you could use Google Scholar, you could use this manuscript matcher. That's a service. So it will ensure that only those journals that are covered by the Web of Science will be offered to you as choice. So you could use that. You could use Open Journal Matcher. Again, the way to use any of these is the same. You paste the title of the paper and you paste the abstract of your paper and click search or suggest. Likewise, there is Wiley has this service, manuscript title, manuscript abstract, and then you find the journal. Springer has journal suggester. Elsevier has journal finder, but they all work the same way. You paste the title of your paper and the abstract of your paper, and the website returns with a few journals that possibly offer a good fit for what you have to offer. So let's say you have chosen a journal. Now, before we start on how do you go about writing your paper, let's look at main reasons why they are rejected. And as I said, there is a preliminary screening at which these are the questions that are asked. And the most common reason is that there's a mismatch. So that shows that your homework has not been good enough. Because if you have done your homework, then this is something that you will never face. So there are some factors that are beyond the scope of my talk. These are the 4 reasons that I can't do much about. I'm going to focus on other 3 reasons, which are also reasons why manuscripts are rejected. So your manuscript is not organized properly the way the journal wants it. It has simple errors of spelling, grammar, punctuation. I know that these have nothing to do with research, but always remember that if you want to publish in a high impact factor journal, you are in competition. And high impact factor journals have very high rejection rates. Journals like Nature or Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences have rejection rates greater than 90%. So these editors are simply looking for ways to say no. And if they can say no with least effort, that's what they are going to do it. So these are some reasons. And as I said, journals instructions, if authors ignore them, that is again a point against you. So don't do that. Also, you should realize that getting a journal, a paper published in a journal is a long drawn out process. It could take anywhere between 6 months to 2 years. It's a marathon event. It is not a sprint. You can't hurry it. Now, why can't you hurry it? Because it has to pass through 7 stages. Starting from you submit or upload your manuscript, then there is a quick preliminary check to decide whether your paper is worth sending to the reviewers, because reviewers' time is precious. Then if it's sent to reviewers, the reviewers come back with their comments. If they suggest that they are happy to reconsider your paper after you have addressed their comments, then you submit a revised version. Then it is copy edited, made into pages. You get proofs to correct, and then your paper is published. So because it's a long drawn out process, you need to approach that with this in mind. So how do you do that? You know that it's going to take a long time. So you beat that by parallel processing. What I mean by parallel processing is at any given point in time, have as many papers in this pipeline at different stages. So maybe you are correcting the proofs of the paper that you submitted quite some time back. It is almost near the finishing line. You are correcting the proofs and your paper will be published. Maybe you have another manuscript that you are preparing your response to the referees. So it has come back from the reviewers. You are preparing your response for the reviewers for another paper. Maybe you are writing the third paper. Maybe you are looking for a suitable journal for the fourth paper and so on. So don't play this game that you write a paper, send it for publication, pass through all these stages, and once it is published, only then you start thinking of your next paper. No, you will never get good many papers that way. Then start writing early. Do not even wait until all your research is complete. For instance, take the method section. Method section, you can start writing even as you are conducting the research. In fact, it is better to start the method section as you are conducting it, because all the details will be fresh in your mind. So don't wait for everything to be complete before you start writing. You know that good writing is rewriting. Keep that in mind. Also, don't be too passive. After all, your research work, you are offering it to the journal and they are not going to pay for that. It is you who have put in the efforts. It's your institute or your funding agency that has sponsored it. So you have every right to know what is happening to your paper. So I would say 6 to 8 weeks is a reasonable time to wait. Don't wait beyond that. Don't be under the impression that by reminding the editors, you are in any way annoying them. No, you are not. So long as you do it politely, you have every right to know what is happening to your paper. Maybe there's some hitch and your reminder then removes that hitch and your paper enters the production process. And as a tip, I will say that when it comes to choosing a journal, all factors being equal, prefer journals that are published more frequently. Because these journals, whether they are published every week or every month, twice a month, like Current Science, or at least 6 times a year, these journals have more robust publishing processes. So because everything happens more frequently, the assembly line works better. Whereas journals that are published fewer times, let's say twice a year or 3 times a year, they are a bit laid back. So everything gets delayed. So as I said, choose journals that are published more frequently. Now, as I said, there's a preliminary screening, and these are the things that the editors who are going to do the preliminary screening ask themselves. Now, remember that people who are going to do the preliminary screening are not necessarily experts on the topic of your paper. They have a broad understanding of the field, but that is why they need reviewers. They are going to send your papers for a review to the reviewers who are qualified to judge your paper. But at this stage, they simply want to know whether they should make that effort. So these are the questions that they asked. And again, these are not what I could cover, but I will focus on the last, that this is also one of the things that they consider, whether your paper is appropriately formatted. And by appropriate, I mean suitable for the journal. I will keep emphasizing this because if the editor in the preliminary screening gets the impression that you have prepared it exactly for that journal, you are starting on the right foot. Whereas if your journal's format, if your paper's formatting differs quite a bit from the journal's formatting, the editor knows that you had submitted this journal to submitted your paper to some other journal and it was rejected, so you're just recycling it. That is why it's important. And some journals are in fact quite picky about this. They demand native-like proficiency, and they may not even review your paper. I know it's not fair, because after all, your paper should be judged on the substance, on the worth of your research, not on its presentation. But there is a competition and you need to put your best foot forward. In fact, one editor goes even beyond that and clearly says that how the reviewers read your paper. As you could see, he's saying that they form an opinion even first couple of pages, and errors of grammar, poor referencing will put them off. So keep that in mind. So how do you launch your paper. You write a cover letter to the editor. Remember a few things when you write the cover letter. One is find out what is the name of the editor. Don't send your paper, don't address your covering letter to the editor. Address it to dear Dr. so and so. Find out who exactly is the person who is the editor. Address it by name to that person. In the covering letter, don't copy the abstract of your paper and paste it into covering letter. Instead, mention, if it's possible, mention how your paper links to something that the journal has already published in the past couple of years. That, I would say, is the best hook for the editor of the journal. If you can show some link, preferably when you can give a reference to a couple of papers and say how your work relates to it, how it builds on it, how it contradicts it, never, doesn't matter, but show that there is such a link. And identify what is the problem to which your paper is a solution, or what is the knowledge gap which your paper seeks to fill. These are the important things that must be included in the covering letter. Don't just copy the abstract of your paper in the covering letter. Don't do that. Also, some journals have different categories of publication, like a full-length research paper, letters to the editor, quick communication. So in the covering letter, mention the category, if applicable, for which your paper should be considered. Then the title and the abstract of your paper, you should prepare them even more carefully than the rest of the paper, because more people will read the title and the abstract. We'll come to that in a minute. Similarly, the first paragraphs of introduction, discussion, and so on. Pay attention to spelling, grammar, punctuation, because you don't want your paper, your reviewer to be prejudiced against you by errors of this kind. So be careful. Because reviewers do look at references, and if they find that they have not been consistently formatted, then again, you are prejudicing. So for instance, let me just show you simple errors that I noticed. Simple enough, personnel is plural, so you don't really say attends. Similarly, zone of inhibition. So zone is a singular. So how do you say were recorded? The zone was recorded or zones were recorded. The relationship between our foods, the nutrients present in them, and our health. But the relationship is still a singular noun. So relationship is complex. Simple errors, but you don't want to prejudice your reviewers. Now you see this. Now, since it pollinates, now what does it refer to? Presumably the author had in mind honeybees or stingless bees, but then that's a plural. So since the bees pollinate, it should have been. And this is again a very common error. Now you have a value which is given to 2 places of decimals, 47.77. If it's so precise, then how can you say it is around or about or approximately? It's not. It is pretty precise. So why do you say around? Anyways, these are just some examples I wanted to mention. Now, if your paper is rejected, let's say it's not an uncommon thing to happen, but don't be disheartened. Here are some statistics to build your morale, that you can always publish it, send it to another journal. In fact, if reviewers have made some good comments, although they say that this journal in particular won't be accepting your paper, but in the light of those comments, your paper can be revised. So to the second journal, you are offering a better product with higher chances of being accepted. So don't give up. By the time you have written up your paper, almost all your work is done. So don't sacrifice it. And again, remember that even these papers were initially rejected, which the work for which later on the authors were awarded the Nobel Prize. If you want to read that paper, there's a reference. So don't be disheartened. Now let us come to the body of the paper. We'll work our way through. We'll start with the title, abstract, keywords, introduction, methods, result, discussion, references. So titles, again, remember that many more people will read the title of your paper than who will read the abstract, and even fewer still will read the complete paper. And you do this yourself. When you look at any new issue of a journal, you will look at the contents page. So contents page is essentially the titles of papers that appear in that particular issue. So you are only going to be reading the titles. Only if the title catches your attention, then you might look up the abstract. And if the abstract satisfies you, only then you might look up the article itself. So craft your title as carefully as possible. So how do you do that? Again, the best guide is the target journal. See how the target journal treats its titles. Are they long titles? Are they short titles? Does the journal allow title and a subtitle? Does the journal allow a complete sentence as a title? Some journals do it, some journals don't do it. So look at that. Now don't start your title with words like study or survey or effects and so on. No, these are not really the best words to start your paper, because after all, it's a research paper. It's bound to be an investigation. It's bound to be an experiment. Don't start your title like that. What is the average length? There is a research on that, and it says 10 plus or minus 3. Of course, it's not cast in stone, just to give you an idea. And even after you have chosen the right words of your title, you must present them exactly the way the journal wants it. This may look totally trivial to you. And of course it is trivial. It has nothing to do with substance. But remember, you want to succeed in this game. So simply let me give you some examples. So this is the paper about the title. So what do I mean by that? Check capitalization, alignment. Here's a sample. This is the plainest title. Some journals do that. Many Elsevier journals, in fact, do that. So it's just plain title. Some journals will make it bold. That's the only change. But remember that what I want you to observe is, see the title. Only the first word starts with a capital letter. Other words do not start with a capital letter. But some journals use it. The first two examples are left aligned. This is centered. In this case, every important word starts with a capital letter. So that is what we call the title case. And it is left aligned. It could be a title case and centered. It could be everything printed. It should be title case and right aligned. It's unusual, but yes, it can happen. Or it could be everything in capital letters, left aligned. It could be everything in capital letters, centered. So there is such a wide variety. So look at your target journal and follow what you see. So that's title, then the abstract. Most important, that always remember that abstract complements the title. Do not start your abstract by repeating what the title already says. It is a very common error that I find in the papers that I copy edit. Always remember that abstract and the title go together. I will give you examples of this. Again, abstract, there's a rigid limit on the words, typically about 250 words, 300 words. So you don't have to put any background information in the abstract. That is the part of the introduction. Abstract, you must present only the most essential information. Again, you don't have to state what your objectives were, because when you present your findings, the readers can make out what your objectives must have been. Likewise, avoid abbreviations, avoid giving citations, mentioning figures, tables in the abstract. Don't do that. Observe the word limit and observe the structure. So here's an example. This is the title of the paper. And you see, this is the first sentence of the abstract. So what is the new information that the first sentence is giving you, which you can't get from the title? So don't do that. Even keywords. So the same keywords that are already there in the title, that's a waste of keywords. I'll come to that in a minute. Take another example. If this is the title of the paper, and this is the first part of the beginning of the abstract, that's waste. So don't do that. This is the title. Again, look at this. And that's the first sentence in the abstract. Likewise, as I said, don't give background information. So this is the title of the paper. If that is the title of the paper and you see what I have highlighted, that is where the abstract really comes to the contents of the paper. All that comes before the highlight is just background information. You have wasted so much space. Let me show you a couple of extreme examples. This is actually a paper published in Journal of Physics. That is the title of the paper, pretty long title in the form of a question. The abstract was only 2 words because title and abstract go together. Even better, look at this. That's another title, again with just 1 word, abstract. So title and abstract always go together. Remember that. Then comes the keywords. Here again, I find that many writers simply take this as a formality. Okay, the journal wants keywords. Let me put some keywords. No, you are losing a good opportunity to bring your paper to the attention of people who may be interested in it. So how do you choose keywords? First thing, do not choose as keywords terms that are already used in the title, because those are going to be indexed automatically. Keywords should be some other words that are not in the title, but that will offer a link to your paper. So imagine if somebody is looking for information, let's say somebody has Google Scholar open in front of them and they are looking for information and your paper provides that information. So what sort of keywords will they type in the search box? That is what you need to focus on. And although it says keywords, it doesn't mean it has to be 1 word. In fact, 1 word is rarely a good keyword. Typically, it should be 2 or 3 words. I will show you examples. Likewise, they should not be too broad, too general, because you want them to come to your paper. So that's what you need to do. And just as I mentioned with titles, arrange the keywords just the way the journal arranges them. In fact, journals don't even agree whether keywords should be 1 word or 2. If your target journal prints key words as 2 separate words, that is what you should do. If your target journal arranges keywords alphabetically, then that is what you need to do. If it, whether it starts every keyword with a capital letter, do that. Some journals will do it. Some journals will only start the first keyword with a capital letter. Some journals will separate them by commas, some with semicolons, spaces, bullet points, all that. It is totally trivial, but your paper should be prepared exactly the way the journal wants it. So choice of keywords, say this is the title of the paper. Now, if this is the title of the paper, what additional information can you get from these keywords? Likewise, look at the last 3 keywords: irrigation, quality, yield. Can you imagine if you type the word quality in Google search box, how many millions of hits you will get? It is simply too broad. It's not a good keyword. Take another example. If that is the title of your paper, what is the use of these as keywords? They're already there in the title. They are going to be indexed automatically. Take another example. Now here I find that the only term that was added was cluster analysis. Otherwise, there are all terms that are there in the title. So don't do this. Spend some time choosing the right keywords. Likewise, abbreviations. This was the AQI was given as the keyword. Well, of course, it stands for air quality index, but it can also stand for something else. So abbreviations rarely offer good keywords. So we have dealt with the title, abstract, keywords. Now let us talk about the body of the paper. There's the IMRAD structure: introduction, materials, results, and discussion. But although this is the framework, my suggestion to you is when you start writing your paper, don't keep this in mind. Say to yourself, that I'm going to write an account of my research in about 25 to 30 paragraphs, structured as follows. Don't say to yourself that I'm going to write a research paper. That's a very vague definition of your task. Say, I have done my research. I'm going to write an account of that research, structured as follows. So this is a rough guide, of course, it's not cast in stone. It may vary, but as a rough guide, this is the framework that you need to keep in mind. And let me mention this again, that results, methods and results, you can start even writing as they come along. You can write the method section as you are conducting your experiments. You can start putting in the results or tabulating the results as the results start coming in, because introduction and discussion are the hardest part of a paper to write. Methods and results are the easiest. So tackle them first. This is based on an analysis of a number of papers. That's the paper if you want to look it up. But this is a broad framework. Now let us take each one in turn. Now each section, introduction, methods, results, and discussion, is an answer to a question. So introduction answers a question, why? Why did you choose this topic? Why did you choose this method? That's what you need to tell the readers. And you need to give them a background, set it in context. You also need to justify your choice of your problem. So bring in some numbers. Now, incidentally, I should mention this, that almost all papers that I see in agriculture sciences coming from India, no matter whether it's a paper about entomology, whether it's about plant pathology, whether it's about genetics, whether it's about economics, invariably it starts, let's say the paper is about wheat. So invariably the introduction will start, wheat is grown under so many hectares and the annual production in India is so many million tons. No, don't waste your introduction in that. This statistics has nothing to do with your paper. Cite some other numbers that justify the choice. Suppose you are writing about a pest problem, then you can indicate the losses that the pest causes, or how much money, or environmental problems caused by insecticides, and so on. Likewise, although your thesis will have a separate chapter review of literature, a research paper doesn't have such a separate heading. So it's part of the introduction. You need to briefly review what others have done and how your paper is different. So that is something you need to keep in mind. The structure of the introduction is like a funnel. It starts with something broad. It places your research in context, and it gets on progressively more specific, narrower, until it ends with a statement of specific objectives. So you end the introduction by stating what exactly you sought to do in your research. So that's how you write the introduction. Methods answers a different question, that is how. How did you do it? Okay, we know why. Now you tell us how. What was your sample size? What instruments did you use? What chemicals? In which season did you conduct your experiment? What was the experimental design? So in general, include enough detail. If others want to follow in your footsteps, you cannot skip important details. If you have followed standard methods, just give a reference. That is enough. If you have modified them in some way, then only give the modification. Because of agricultural context, these are important things: duration, season, temperature, whatever. You must mention that. Any tests that you have used, ANOVA or students t-test, chi-square, whatever. Mention all this. If you have received anything free, please mention it, because later on it may give rise to conflict of interest. So better be clear about this. Sampling. Was it random sample? Was it stratified random sample? How many replications? What was the control group? That is again important. So what are you going to compare it with? In terms of writing, use the past tense, because you are writing about something that has already happened. So use the simple past when you are writing methods and results also. So that's about methods. Results answer a different question, namely what. So we know why, we know how. Now you tell us, what did you find? So this is the most objective part of your paper. Just give the results, numbers. Don't start discussing in the results section unless the journal allows you to do that. Results should be only what you found. The explanation for that will come in the discussion section. So this is where you will use tables, charts, and so on. Again, don't duplicate information. If you have used data and presented them data as a table, don't use the same data to make a chart. That is again a common failing that I observe. Make sure that every table and every figure is mentioned in the body of the text. If your numbers are telling a story, maybe a chart is better. If you have exact values are important, or if you have many variables, so there are some ways of deciding whether to use a chart or a table. Then if they are not statistically significant, there's no point in discussing them, because what it means is that you could also have obtained this result by chance. So no point in discussing that. The results must be expressed. There's a standard rules, and I'll come to that in a minute. You must follow them. If you have given a table, don't paraphrase the entire table in the result section. Just mention some key values and refer the readers to the table. You can use supplementary tables, and again, results use the past tense. So here I want to make a bit of a digression, how you go about presenting quantities, because this is something again I observe in the papers that I edit. I find these common enough errors. So most common, that you must express the numbers that are commensurate with how the numbers were arrived at. I show you this example. Imagine this. Height above mean sea level is given as 15.035. First of all, notice that the unit itself is missing. That's a cardinal error. You must give the unit of measurement. Okay, assuming that we know that it's likely to be meters, but see how it is expressed, 15.035 meters. Is it accurate to the nearest millimeter? No way. So why express it like that? When you give multi-digit figures, remember you are writing for the international audience. You are not writing merely for Indian audience. We may using lakhs and crores. International system does not use lakhs and crores. It uses millions and billions, which means how you need to group them. I'll show you example. So up to 4 digit, no space or a comma, but longer than 4 digits, space or a comma. Now, whether you use a space or a comma, that's a matter of style, but see how the numbers are grouped. 12,345, 123,456, not 1,23,000, 1,234,506, and so on, million. And if you are using space, use a non-breaking space. See here, that is correctly given. 13,616, 585,727. Not, that is not correct. Likewise, if you are talking about an increase, that's fine. You should use times. The yield was 4 times the control. But if it's a decrease, do not use times. You can't say something is 5 times less. You say it's 20%, it is 1/5. That is fine. But if it's a decrease, avoid times. In fact, let me show you an interesting example. So I read this, I puzzled over it a bit. Incidentally, don't use quintals as a unit of measurement. It is not internationally recognized. So this was a simple thing that the author wanted to say, that when it was irrigated with fresh water, this was the yield. With raw effluent, this was the yield. So why not say that? Simply an example of the kind of thing that we editors do. Now, SI style. So as I said, remember, units are symbols. They are not abbreviations. They don't take a dot and they don't take a plural. Don't ever write KGS. No, it is just KG. They may be capitals, they may be lowercase, but when they are spelled out, all in lowercase. Degree symbol. Now, there is a correct degree symbol. It is not a superscript 0. It is not superscript O. There is the correct degree symbol. That is what you need to get. The keyboard combination is Alt plus 0176. Multiplication sign is not the letter X. Micro, that's how you should give it. So use proper sign. You can use, if you are using Windows, you can use a character map. So depending on the font that you have chosen, it will show you all the possible characters that you could get. And you could also see them, how you can reproduce them. Now the degree sign, as I said, it is Alt plus 0176. Likewise, keep the quantity and the unit at the same line, not like this. You know, you have split it at the end of a line. Avoid that. Should have been together. 8.01 again, is it really that precise? Keep that in mind as well. Likewise, convert quintals to tons per hectare. Again, a common error of English, that if you are using between, you must pair it with and. Between A and B, from A to B, not the other way around. If it's from, it's to. If it's a range of percent that you are giving, you need to repeat the percent sign. Not like that, but 2% to 5%. Multiplication sign, as I said, not the letter X. This is not. Likewise, it's m raised to -3. Minus sign is not the hyphen. So whether it's capital X or small x, still it is not a multiplication sign. You see here, that's a multiplication sign that is slightly longer than the hyphen. So these are simple things often overlooked. Likewise, when you explain an abbreviation, you don't have to use capital letters, as has been done correctly here. The abbreviation may be printed in capital letters, but that doesn't mean you should use capital letters all throughout. That is not correct. PMS capitals is fine, but when you spell it out, use lowercase. So that was a brief digression. Let me come back to discussion, the hardest part to write, because you have to answer the question, so what? These are your results. Fine. What do they mean? Are they what you are expecting? Are they consistent with what others have found? If they are not consistent, how do you explain them? What are their implications? That is what you need to explain in result section. Keep results and discussion separate so long as the journal does that. So here you need to emphasize how they are different, what has been the cause that different. Remember, you ended the introduction with a specific statement of objectives. So discussion is where you make good that promise.
Hello.
You can indicate future line of work. You can offer a conclusion even, but don't say of your own results that they are interesting or they are remarkable. No, that is for readers to judge. You just present your results. And in the matter of tense, because discussion, you will need a mixture of tenses. You could use something, you could use the present tense when you are talking something that is generally holds true. So that's the present tense. If you are referring to a specific result obtained either by you in the present experiment or by other researchers in their experiment, use the past tense. If you're speculating, you may even use the future tense. So it's all a mix. So that was the IMRAD. Now references. So citations, there are two common systems. Sometimes the citation is just a number. It is referred to as the Vancouver system. Sometimes the citation is by authors and the year of publication. That's a Harvard system. I mentioned this because the journal's instruction to authors may simply say that this journal follows the Vancouver system or this journal follows the Harvard system. So you should know about that. Even there are minute details. So basically this is the Harvard system. You have name of the authors and the year of publication, et al. If there are many authors. But what are the differences? How many authors? Some journals will say if there are 3 or more, use et al. Some journals will say if there are 4 or more, use et al. Some journals will say 6 or more, use et al. Some journals will print et al. In normal letters, some will italicize it. But remember that there is never a dot after et. Et is a word in itself, which is Latin for and. Don't ever put a dot after et. Sometimes there is a comma between the author and year. Sometimes there is only space. It depends from journal to journal, but observe that. Likewise, there are multiple citations. How do you group them? Do you alphabetical by the author, chronologically, reverse chronologically? All these are possible. For instance, here there's in chronological order to 2001, 2, 4, 5, 6, so on. Sometimes it could be in reverse chronological order. So 7, then 5, 4, 2, and so on. Some journals do that. Or some journals will do it alphabetically, literally from A to Z, as you could see here. Remember that multiple citations, one citation is separated from the next by a semicolon. This is very common. Whether there is a comma between the name of the author and the year of publication or a space, it varies from journal to journal, but almost all journals will use a semicolon to separate one citation from next. Then comes the references at the end of the paper. Citations occur in the body of the paper. Even here, there are totally trivial differences. Let me just illustrate a simple thing. Take a simple thing as volume number and the name of the journal. If you are publishing in a journal published by Elsevier, Elsevier abbreviates the journal titles, put dots after abbreviations, and put a dot after the reference. Springer also uses abbreviations, but will not put a dot after abbreviated words nor after the reference. Also note that Springer uses a colon after the volume number. Elsevier uses a comma. Wiley prints the volume number in bold and there's a dot, but they do not abbreviate the name of the journal. It is spelled out in full. Taylor and Francis also spells it out in full, but they put it in italics and there's no dot after the references. These are totally trivial things, but you must observe them and prepare your references exactly the way the journal wants it. If you're using Google Scholar, there is one handy tip that I can now, let's say you have retrieved the reference that you want to cite in Google Scholar, then click on that and then you will get a choice that depending on the system that your journal uses, you can use the formatting and use cut and paste. Lastly, the finishing touches. Trivial things like, some journals will, I showed you samples of titles. It's the same thing happens in the body of the paper. Simple things, some journals will spell out figure, F-I-G-U-R-E, some will abbreviate it, some will number their headings, some will not number them. So essentially, this is what you need to do. But the journal may be printed in multiple columns, but your manuscript should only be in single column in simple font. I would say Ditch Times New Roman, Ditch Calibri, use Georgia, or if you have Windows 8.1 or higher, use Sitka. Much better to read on the screen. Most journals follow left justification, but file should be sent as left justified file. Don't keep hitting enter to go to new page. Use insert page break. So as I said, these are trivial things. Figure is spelled out in full, and for some reason this journal prints it even in italics. That is unusual, but that's how it is. Or some journals may abbreviate it. So you follow what the target journal does. Like some journals will use numbered headings with dots after the numbers. Some journals will use numbered headings without dots after the number. Some journals will not use numbered headings at all. So you follow. Lastly, predatory journals. This was mentioned in the introductory inaugural section. So how do you spot predatory journals? These are some typical signs. Typically, you will get an email saying, please send your paper to our journal. No reputable journal will ever do that. Many journals will print the ISSN on their website very prominently. That's a dead giveaway because ISSN is nothing to be proud of. It is simply a number like your Aadhaar card, Aadhaar number. They will print fee. They will promise you very fast publication. They will have huge international editorial boards. They will be coy about their actual address. They may even claim to have impact factor when they have none. And typically they will publish everything under the sun. Just to give you an example, see, this is the kind of time frame that they are offering, which means they are really not going to do any peer review. Whatever you submit to them, they are going to publish it and you will need to pay for it. UGC has now taken a very tough stand on this, that publishing in predatory journal will not only count against the author, but it will also count against the author's institution. You need to be really very careful. So I was curious. For instance, I found that some paper has appeared in European Journal of Nutrition and Food Safety. So I looked at the website of the journal. What I was intrigued to find is that it claims to be a European Journal of Nutrition and Food Safety. So why is it giving publication charges in Indian rupees? I probed a little more and I found a contact address. The contact address is a home in West Bengal. So don't go by the name, it can be misleading. Lastly, I want to conclude with just some useful sources. So many publishers offer you guidance on all the steps. So whether it's Taylor and Francis, you have good guidance on all these, formatting your paper, abstract, titles, review articles. Springer has Springer Academy. Elsevier has a, so there are a lot of information on how to write good papers. Also remember that I have given you a quick overview. Actually, in fact, maybe your university should consider this, because each of this really requires a more detailed module. You know, how do you prepare tables? How do you handle references? How do you prepare figures? Common errors of grammar. So all that. So Wiley also has this. And these are some good books. There's a very systematic plan. If you follow the plan, you will have an article at the end of 12 weeks. Don't go by the title. The advice is applicable to all branches of science. So these are some good books. I have given the bibliographic details. Now I just need here the bibliographic details of these books. So your library, if you want to get it, they can. Now what I want to do is, if you give me about 5 to 7 minutes more, I will talk about how do you become a better writer. Do I have that time? Can anyone tell me? So these are my key takeaways.
Hello.
Yeah. Can I take another 8 to 10 minutes, or should I just stop?
Sir, something, sir, due to internet problem, it is missed for last 10 minutes, sir. Will you wait for 5 minutes, sir?
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Last 4 slides are not visible for us, sir, due to net problem here.
Okay.
Okay, last 4 slides. Up to
okay. Okay. I'll say, but you can hear me, right?
Now I can.
Okay. So I'll tell you one thing. One is that last few slides were simply books and websites. That is first thing. Second thing is, I will show you my email ID. And if anyone wants a copy of this presentation, I'll be very happy to share it with them. So don't worry too much about missing the last few slides. So can you see the slides now or not yet? Hello?
Yes, sir. You can.
The key takeaways are visible to you?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. Okay. So that's the thing. I will just quickly go on to a few slides. How do you become a better writer? Because that's a skill you need to acquire. And you acquire it by the same way you acquire any other skill, that you practice, you undergo some coaching, you see good models. That is what you need to do. And a simple key to good writing is reading a lot. You read a lot, you become a better writer. But for that, you must read books and not newspapers and magazines, not research papers. Research papers, of course, you need to keep up with your subject. But if you want to be a good writer, you need to read good books written by people whose first language is English and who are known for good writing. So where do you come across these books? And when I say extensive reading, here are some numbers. That if you really want to become proficient, then you really need to do a lot of reading. These are the numbers from Extensive Reading Foundation. You can look for yourself. So I would urge you to take this simple test. If you go to this website, and essentially what you do is you select a stage, maybe you select stage 3 or stage 4, and attempt the test that is given at that stage and analyze the result. It will tell you whether you are at the right stage or whether you can go to the next stage or you should go back to a lower stage. So please do that. And recommendations for reading, this is a very good series from Oxford University Press called VSI series, very short introduction. Any book in this series is worth reading depending on your topic of interest. They're all well written, concise, handy books. Likewise, Royal Society, every year it awards a prize for the best written science book for the general public. Even the shortlisted books are good reads. So these are some of the books, or these are the kind of books that you should be reading if you want to be a better writer. That is the only way to improve your writing skills. You must read a lot. That's my key message. Here are some good books on how to write. And some of these will tell you how you can be a better writer. As before, I have given you, I will give you the bibliographic details of these books, so you can read up those books. So I would like to end with this, that if you want to be a better writer, you need to read and you need to write. You must be willing to make that effort. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If you have any questions, you are welcome to write to me. If you write to me, and if you want a copy of this presentation, I'll be happy to share that with you. Over to the organizers then.
Is there any doubts? Please ask the speaker. Any? If there are no doubts in the session, I would like. Is there any online queries?
Oh, they can even mail me questions. I'll be happy to answer them. That's fine, because you're already pressed for time. So you should just go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I would like to thank you, sir, and Nobel writer Dr. Yatindra Joshi, for giving an insights full of writing, how to present the paper in research or the research article, and how to account our research in an article, and what, why, how we have to present our articles in the findings, and how we should be learn to be a writer, and we should, to become a good writer, we should need to be an extensive reader. Thank you, sir. On behalf of Department of Agricultural Extension, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, we would like to thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation.
My pleasure.
Now there is a tea break for 10 minutes. After that, you please join the session. Attendance will be taken after the tea break. And and live streaming will be available in the YouTube. Please share the information. And if you have any doubts, you can send your queries through mail. Sir, the session is over to you, sir. Please unmute.
Neither I say it is good morning, nor I say it is good afternoon, which means it is in between. We have to take the mean value of this and speak on. It is the average of good morning and good afternoon. This is the statistical output. Statistics is one of the very important subjects in science, which has got a very best maximum contribution to all the fields. Neither any field is exemption from this. I tell you, it is very much required. Very, very much required. Suppose X wants to prepare a dish. For that, to get the good honor and the output that is best prepared. Three things are very important. Number one is ingredients. Number two is the procedure to be followed. Number three is who is involved in preparation or the skill of a person. Okay? What does it mean? To be the most successful in every walk of life, in any aspect, in any item, in the any reaching of destiny by any human being, these three things are very, very important. Suppose academically, if X wants to achieve and get a Nobel Prize or any prize or the optimum level, again, three things are very important. Number one, a built-in inherent quality of a student. Number two, infrastructure facilities available in which institution you are all motivated to do. And number three is ultimately mixing up of these two together will make you the best output. Which means the importance of statistics, I'm just highlighting here onto the tune. For example, any movie to be run for 100 days, 25 weeks, 50 weeks, maybe whatever it is. It is not depending on simply one component. It is again three important components. Number one is what? Actor and actress. With their selection, as you all know, it is different stages and all that. Audio, voice, so many things. Number two is the script is very important. The script should be more sensible to the present situation. That's very, very important. Number three is the overall supervision, making the film most successful. The last point before we start our slides is there should be concurrent and coordination between the gathering and the speaker. That's very important. If you are all of different nature in hearing, in understanding, in following, what I am speaking is different, totally it is irrelevant. That's where the coordination, action and reaction between you and me should be the coincidence of the factor for the excellency of learning and reaching the destiny. To start with, the applications of statistical tools or methods in agricultural research. Though we mentioned the agricultural research, I tell you the tools and techniques, whatever that we are going to employ, altogether remains the same. How you make use of that component for the usage is very, very important. Same component, but the usage is different. See, you are all looking very elegant. From this corner, I am just telling you with wholehearted feelings, all smart, with physical enthusiasm, and also with excellent, elegant dress. Okay? But I tell you, when you go back actually after this complete session in the afternoon also is over, you will all go back to your respective places. Maybe some day scholars, some hostelites, or whatever it is. When you go back, okay, you will not be retained with the same dress, number one, or you will not go to the higher quality than what is at present. Am I right? Yes or no? Exactly. Which means you are changing your dress, not without dress, I am telling. What does it mean? See, the total essence is, according to the situation, one has to act and react. Whether it is research, whether it is education, whether it is life, or whether it is traveling. Anything, as a matter of fact, purely depends on the situation. So that's what I want to just rescue. The tools remains the same. Focus. Okay, now the flow of the presentation, as you all know, it is on the different captions. The captions are being felt. Small introduction, then we'll look back. Next step is objectives. Then we have two different types of statistical concepts. One is descriptive, another is inferential. What exactly the difference between these two, I will just brief you in the later. But to make you to understand a little, an individual as a spinster or a bachelor, the next stage, he becomes married person. One becomes number two. Is it not? Then two becomes later, becomes family. 2 plus subsequently goes up to infinity. We don't know. Anyway, we'll stop at saying infinity. So the descriptive statistics are the very fundamental tools with a simple calculation and the formula which makes the consolidation of the data. That is called descriptive statistics. Anyway, over the time you will learn what exactly is that. Number two is inferential statistics, very, very essential. One step ahead compared to descriptive statistics. Now, this is a small introductory part. Now, as I told you very briefly, descriptive statistics, inferential statistics, and the last component is parametric and non-parametric tests. Ultimately, the total statistical test classified under broader group as parametric and non-parametric. What exactly a minor difference between the two? Yes, when it comes back to that slide, we'll make. The definition and all, you know, yes, this is one important component or a slide. Human life is more precious. That all you have heard. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗಾದೆ ಇದೆ, 7 ಜನ್ಮ ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾನವ ಜನ್ಮ. After a rotation of 7 consecutive lifestyle, you will get like this or like me. Then what is in between, sir? Number 2 is what? Number 3? 2 may be frog, 3 may be lion, 4 may be crocodile, whatever it is. It is a slogan. It is made in Sanskrit. It's not my own version saying. Why I guess this slogan is, the stages of human being, you can just observe here, 5 different stages, not forgetting anyone, with duration of age that you know. The first stage is child, adolescent, adult, middle age, old age. Later, you know what is after old age. Roof. Root means, you know, the getting of salvation. Fine. The same 5 stages of human life, we say it is most precious and important, being correlated or matched to the statistical theory. One is collection, very important. You need to collect the data, and 2 important outlines, primary and secondary data. Details, you are all aware. Face-to-face correspondence of getting the information is called primary. Getting through the records, journals, whatever it is secondary. Knowing the data, then going back, next stage is, the first stage is nothing but going to a market, bring the vegetables, what are all it's required. For example, if I want to prepare vegetable pulao, I know what are the ingredients required. Not one vegetable or 2, but many more. Like that, going to a market, get back and all. After getting back the ingredients, what is that we do? We throw it to dustbin. Now, what we do is, we do the segregation. That means dividing that according to different, onion separate, potato separate, beetroot, carrot, whatever it is. That is the second stage here. It is organization of data which is being done under 2 different stages. One is classification, another is tabulation. Simple outline, classification is dividing the statistical data into one particular characteristic or variable. For example, here, what is the classification I do as a statistician is dividing the total students who are all here into gender wise. How many male are there? How many female are there? That's called one-way classification. Or otherwise, if I want still more to be little more elegant in analysis, dividing the total trainees into different regions, east, west, north, south, whatever it is, or different districts and all. That means we are segregating the data in terms of only one characteristic is the first one. More than one is nothing but tabulation, forget. Then the middle stage is presentation. See, there are 2 things here in our country or anywhere in the universe, literates and illiterates. Broader group, we are not dealing about the function of who is illiterate and who is illiterate. There's a very technical definition available. But how best we are relating the statistical output to these 2. Illiterate may not understand several tools, techniques, or numbers itself, for example. In that case, we need to make the statistical component for him to understand how the best way of this is doing diagrams and graphs, which is in term saying pictorials. Major difference between the diagrams and graphs in one sentence, not in narration in detail, you have all come across, studied well. Diagrams are constructed figures considering only one axis, that is y-axis, whereas the graphs are constructed considering both x and y-axis. This is what is the smaller difference between diagrams and graphs. But depending on the availability of data, to what extent of the quantity available, then we do either graphs are more elegant to make it, or the diagrams to make more elegant. Then last but one stage is the analysis. It is true. For example, A secures 3 marks, B secures 4.5 marks. What is a small conclusion you can draw? B is better than A. That's true. Another instance, X and Y, let's assume X secured 10 marks, Y secured 27 marks. Again, when you go for a conclusion to draw in this particular example is Y is greater than X in the academic performance. But that is not the end of it, because what is that you have made the conclusion either in the first part or the second part is only a mathematical arrival, not an interpretation of statistical output. What does it mean? I tell you, I don't want to ask this in a question manner because we have no time here. We need to make a most comprehensive output here so that you get little interest of statistics, number one. because this is the time for you to understand basic statistic as well as inferential statistics. Why means not on the examination point that there is an examination where you need to attend and all, forget, but you need to inculcate and incorporate these statistical things in your dissertation work. Very simple. But all the same, I tell you, there will be a statistician also available probably in each of the committees so that you can take his assistance, help, and make a coordination with him and see that the best output is brought. Okay. Then coming to this final conclusion part between group A and group B, I said A and B, X and Y. The difference observed in the first group, very narrow, 1.5, as compared to second group, more than 20-25. That is one observation we need to look into as a statistician. Okay, suppose if the variation is too large again, how to comment furthermore? Yes, we need to apply technique or different tests. Could be parametric test or non-parametric test, whatever it is, to make final more inference. See, as a person, as an individual, okay, to attend your college by 9 o'clock in the morning, you will all get ready with excellent breakfast in the respective hostel. Yes. Before you start your journey from there to here, I know all of you will spend more than 5-6 minutes with somebody. Question. Who is somebody? Everybody will spend. He knows. That's why he is like this now. Because he was in the mirror for a longer duration, that's why he is like that. Yes, mirror. What for? To make ascertainment, to make sure that our dressing sense and other feelings, both physical and mental component mixed, is all right or not. If there is deviation, what we do? We make the accessory to it, see that final finishing is being done with best output, and we come back. Why this example being made at this juncture is, during your course of data collection, there will be a lapses, I know, because of the weather parameters and all. You cannot go to field, collect the observations on that particular instance. Possibilities. Maybe for one parameter, maybe two parameter, whatever it is. In that case, there will be a lapse. But never mind that you have lost the data, forget we are all here. To cope up that, you know, there is a technique in statistics, missing plot technique or missing observation being replaced. There is a technique, there is a formula available and all that. What I am just stressing here is, for anything, you don't bother, you don't worry. But be sure, make sure that you are doing more excellent, duty conscious in your feelings of collecting the observation. That's very, very important. Any missing, any lapses we know need to be terminated or need to be modified. That's what. Then the last part again is the conclusion or inference. As I told you, a simple comparison is termed in terms of saying conclusion. An effective comparison with statistical technique or tool, I told you. Okay. I can just make my dress little more elegant. Yourself. Little more elegant to the audience. What I can do? Any addition to my this thing? Tie. He knows. Tie is okay. Little more, whatever it is. That means you should have the faith. You should have the belief. You should have the strong feeling on the efficiency of statistical tools. That's very, very, you have to believe. That's very important. See, if you are going to a target from A to B, you should have in your mind that you will reach the destiny well in stipulated time, obviously you will reach it. Conscious of mind is very important in every walk of life, whether it is behavior, whether it is research, whether it is thesis writing or whatever it is. Next part is, I need not read all this. What an importance of statistics. It is nevertheless, right from what is A to Z alphabets available, if you just go by subjects, statistics definitely makes involvement, will be helpful. Then limitations of statistics, always it will be there. Out of that, reading, forget. I will tell you one simple justification. How it misuses anybody and any situation. Okay, assume that there is A and B, in between there is a water flow. Okay, one sanna kere A to B. I was sitting on the corner of A with the chair, one person, unknown person to that particular place. He came and asked me, sir, can I cross this A to B? I said, okay, very simple. But just you cannot walk. If you know little swimming at least, because that's very essential. If you know little swimming, you can just cross this, obviously. He said, sir, I do not know swimming. Okay. I should give some solution as a statistician. I told you, I go my words. Then what I did? I know since I being the same place inherent by a person, I took several different depth of that particular tank. 1 feet, 1.5 feet, 2 feet. Maximum it was 7 feet. Took also as one reading. 1, 2, 7, again 2, 1, 3 I took. Then I did the average. It came to 2.5. Okay. Then what I did the conclusion saying to that person, yes, you can, because he used to be 6 feet. Then I said, okay, you can just walk in because the average depth of this tank is 2.5. I said, he went. You know where he went? That is different, without any swimming. Why this instance is the limitations of statistics. Last example under this. A person keeping one leg in ice, maybe minus 32. Another leg in fire with 45. Okay. The question comes, whether the person survives as a best statistician. All he said, 200 MSc, 400 PhD and all that in state government service and all. I said, because I know only one technique, simple, do the average, say the conclusion. I did, then it came around 27. Anyway, in that North Karnataka and all, I have faced, because I was there as an assistant professor, very first appointment. I was there for 8 years in Dharwad. I know. 27 is very moderate for survival. I said, okay, fine. He will definitely survive. The next question also, how many days he survives? He survives forever. This is how fallacies of statistics. Though maybe we are very good, talented, best output we can do, but still more, under what situation we need to apply what relevant test is very, very important. This is the concept of limitations of statistics. Now let's just quickly move on to the what descriptive statistics, forgetting all. Classification, you keep this little in mind because you will be collecting data on a different parameters. Okay. Under that, broader classification is chronological, geographical, quantitative and qualitative. Yes. The concept of definition or the equivalent words are, when you go for time, period or duration, it is chronological. For example, year-wise data entry, like student admission to different courses. Fine. Maybe year-wise, maybe decade-wise is a chrono. Because we need to know these terms. Though we know the classification by time, so many other things, but we do not know the technical component or the word, what to be used and all that. That's very, very important. See, usage of this. There are 3 degrees in English literature, you know. 3: good, better, best. Great, greater, greatest. Okay. And in your all other fields also, we have different 5-point scale, Likert scale. Strongly agree, agree, undecided, disagree, strongly disagree. There are, like this, I tell you, 21-point scale available. If I start reading this, the day will end up, you will all sleep here without the food also. Then what is to be applied? Relevancy of application is most. We should know what is what and all. I tell you, under the English poetic literature, Shakespeare, he was the only person using double superlative degree in the write-up. What do you mean by double superlative? Yes. Taj Mahal being the most greatest monument in the world. Most is superlative, greatest is superlative. The analogy I am telling at this point is what best you can do in the application of statistics to any data is most important. We have seen in my service of around 39 years, both in state government as well as in the university, in different fields and all, both qualitative and quantitative thesis. Yes. Let us be very honest and tell you, it should not be done. The quality is always being assessed by quality only, not by any other mode. But you all know how thesis writing goes, how it will reach the external, how it will come back, and how qualifying examination or the final dissertation thesis work is done. I know, I don't want to comment. My comment here is, don't give rumors and scope for that. Apply your mind more effectively with hard working. That's very important. We have seen students after completion of thesis, maybe MSc PhD, after certain days of gap, maybe 1 month or so, forgetting the title, forgetting the objectives. You know how much is the efforts being made in the construction is different. All that is a different issue. My point is, be sincere, be honest, be dedicated in your write-up. Why I am just stressing 2 times here is, earlier 2-3 decades back, okay, collecting the review of literature was a toughest job. Student used to go to different universities, colleges, institutions and all, even to Delhi to get the data. Getting the data also not in any other form, like taking a small chip, get everything on that, then come back, brush back and get the idea. Nothing. They used to write under reference cards. I think 80% of you do not aware of what is reference cards. What will be the structure of the reference cards anyway. Comparison I am making is, since the facility is available to the enormous level, make use of it. You need not go to any corner of the universe to get reviews or anything. Sit at a specific place, press the button, you will get everything what is going, happening and all. With this, what you should do, not just copying and all, as our Vice Chancellor or our Dean PGS was saying, not just cut and paste and all is not the requirement. Spell check and all, still it is there, we know what is the tricks that everybody does. Chape kelige turdre obru, innobru, rangole kelige turtare. This is what is going on and all that. Anyway, make sure and do the excellent justice. Diagrams we have made, graphs also we have made to the output. This is one simple measure, though all broadly you are aware, but still more let me tell you. The basic measures are these things. Central tendency, different measures, you know. Knowing means not usage of the formula, getting the mathematical result. Forget, everybody does. But you should know the utility point of where to use, when to use, and all that. That is very, very important. Otherwise, you cannot do. For that, I tell you one general example, not statistics related. Suppose there are 30 students in a class where X need to teach statistics subject to them. How? Not knowing in his own fashion, he has to start telling something and all. Greek and Latin, forget. There should be a minimum rapport between the students and the teacher regarding the IQ, not on anything else. Regarding the IQ, there should be a rapport. How to get that IQ performance? Because in each class, there will be a differential in mark secured or CGPA, whatever it is. I should get the essence of that, get average, then start teaching. That is one method. Using arithmetic mean. Or another simplest method is mode. If I ask her, where do we use mode? I know. You cannot answer because the learned fashion was different. As a teacher, we used to give the formula. You compose the output. Yes. The obtained mode is so much. That's all. What is the mode of the plant of this particular sector? That's what you do. But what exactly is the mode is most important. Whether it is a basic tool or a measure, but you should try to understand what is the differentials. Forget, value will be there using the formula. When to use which particular measure is most important. Okay. Mode, for example, more number of persons or maximum number of persons getting one particular value. So as a teacher, I tell you, teacher should teach the audience or the class, anywhere, right from primary school till whatever the higher ranking is there. Not on the average, there's a very bad feeling. It should be on the mode. You got it? Very, very important. For example, one student secured 30, another 72, 75, for example. If I take the average of that around 52, you may get, if I start teaching, neither the highest secured score person understand, nor the least person, yes. That's where a teacher should concentrate on the modal value and start teaching. This is on the aspect of teaching. On the aspect of agricultural research, you take the observation and all. In none of the theses, though we used to tell since several decades, you never see mode or median in any of the theses in the library, 5,478 theses, never. The importance of the things, where statistician says or somebody says, it is the relevance and required, it should be done. Otherwise, it is of no use. We speak lot of things on quality, lot of things on grammatical, lot of things, so many things and all. No. As is the tree, so is the fruit. As is the mother, so is the daughter. As is the guru, so are the disciple. That should be the attitude. What does it mean? Follow the right sense, follow the right picture, follow what is optimum and excellent. Yes, through the input. That's very important. Okay, these are the measures and all. We'll just move on to the next. Skewness is one. See, any data cannot be uniform. Uniform is a literature word, English literature word, but statistical equivalent word to that. Anybody? Normal. Other substitution word to normal? Symmetrical. Because depending on the data availability after your gathering through either primary data or secondary data, whatever it is, whether it follows normal or non-normal, whether it follows symmetrical or asymmetrical. Depending on that, one need to apply the tools, measures, or the technique. That's what the skewness here you can see, more deviation toward the positive and negative. Though we have studied earlier, the colloquial meaning you should know. That's what I want to stress here. Then moving on to the next important normal distribution concept is kurtosis. All the three are normal, fine. But from among the normal, what is the best? All are intelligent students we have seen. But out of which one to rate is most important? Neither the least among them nor the highest, it should be a mediocre. That's very important. See, in every walk of life also we follow this. If you have money in your purse, maybe little sufficient and all. How do you select or choose the hotel? Moving on to the road. Neither you go to the 7-star hotel, you cannot afford, nor 5-star, forget. Not the very least one, yes, very cheap, best, but next day only, whatever food you consumed, it comes like this or like that. The sensibility here is mediocre. Good for health, good for maintaining physique, good for pleasure also. Like this is what the kurtosis scores. What is mathematical formula and all, you forget. This is all a small brief story of basic descriptive statistics. Very simple formulas. Only one, remember. Where to use? Forget about the calculation. We have a lot of packages available. Nothing to worry. If you feed any data, you will get the output. After getting the output, how to analyze this in the form of not conclusion, it should be in the form of inference is most important. Anyway, it goes by the skill of individual in collaboration with your allotted guides and the supporting staff for your advisory members and all that. Let's move on to the inferential statistics. Two important points here is, one is called the estimation, another is called testing of hypothesis. Is it estimation required? Obviously. You know what is estimation? On the whole platform, you will find all the objects, all the persons, all the items, all put together is called population. Population means counting each and every individual in a framework. Okay. If you want the accuracy, you need to do it further. For example, you have taken one plot. In that plot, you will find 24 plants grown, arbitrarily done with different treatments. Treatments could be, I told you, varying fertilizer, varying water input, whatever it is, seed quality and all. Ultimately, while assessing, you cannot just take all the 26 observations for all the required parameters. It will be a very huge work. Then what is that we do? Do we forget not taking anything? Yes, you cannot do it, you need. That's called research. So randomly we select the plants depending on, there is a formula. Out of how many available, how many should be taken into account to get the value. That is called sample observation, or it could be sample mean. How you get? With the corresponding and correct technique of sampling, you need to select, then do whatever it is. What is the role of that after getting the mean, sample mean? It will be a representative of the population mean. That is the whole idea. That is called estimation. So in every walk of life, we cannot go always to measure all the units. That's where the government of Karnataka is doing a survey work once in 10 years. Once in 10 years they do on all. On all means right from beggar who is sleeping in front of the Karnika Parmeshwari temple. Yes. I think you have not seen the census books. Hardly, I tell you. I tell you, statistically, it is my guessing or estimation. Only 2-3% probably you have seen what is the shape of the census book in library available. Am I right? Anybody saying more than 5-6%? No, not even that. But make sure, make ascertainment, go into library, see that what components are measured. I told you, right from the beggar to best economist, all data related to all factors. There will be around 12 books voluminously made on different stages and components. See, that's a very important thing. What is extra feeding which is needed also, you should make a note of it. What is only within the framework, if you just restrict, I tell you, never you come up in your life. What is course content or the topic being prescribed in each of the courses and a different faculty. Keeping that in view, what is additional information also available in the library by referring the journals and books is most important. See, the enhancement of knowledge, unless you do it more critically, more thoroughly, I tell you, you will be restricting your life within a small framework. Where do we stand is most important, out of which self-assessment is the first category. You yourself should make the judgment. Where I am standing, maybe after each test is over, or maybe the reading duration if you take into account. Each day, what is my contribution? Getting the knowledge to my memory, yes. Self, number one. Then comes teacher evaluation after conducting the examination, then academic examination, so many other things and all that. Okay? This part all comes under the testing of hypothesis. The two outputs in testing. I told you, very narrow difference if you find on any two statistical tools. We say it is non-significant. The equivalent word to saying non-significant in the statistical output is no difference. Keep this in memory. When you use non-significant, not blindly comparing the mathematical value of the difference by the formula, but you should make it under the scenario of the statistics, then draw this inference. I told you 3 degrees, good, better, best. Best is the realistic way of making a comparison under the statistical techniques. Keep this in mind. So this is what the second part of it. Then one highlighted point, as we all discussed, population and sample. Population comprising of all units in a specific framework. Sample is the selection of few using the prescribed technique is called sample. Estimation of this parameter is through statistic. In other words, statistically we get the sample under any scenario I told you. If 26 plants are available, you cannot evaluate all that because of the time constraint, though you are deviating from the natural and correct output, but still more. Time conscious, manpower, and quality of outside of reading. We select the sample stigma, different methods are available. We take and we go for measuring the values. Then statistic is equated to parameter. There are three possibilities here. Obviously, you may get whatever the statistical output you get equivalent to parameter. It's called correct estimation. The equivalent word saying correct estimation in the statistical framework is called unbiased. Remember, no difference at all. Reflexive, it is like a twins. Twins is at a stroke getting birth under the womb of a woman with almost 95% physical parameters being alike. Likewise, when you estimate statistic, compare with the parameter, if it is equal, neither the deviation less or more, you say it's unbiased. But very rarely we get this particular output, all the same. There may be possibility of deviation, slightly higher and lower. If it is more higher or more less, there are again statistical deviation tools under the shade of saying it is standard error. And we have a very prescribed value for each of the standard error in each of the agricultural experiment carried out in different faculties. That we need to keep that in mind and see that. Not much deviation observed. Suppose if you go erroneous in selecting the sample also leads to more standard error, or negligible in doing the procedure of selection also leads to variation in the standard error. When the standard error do vary, I tell you, the whole experiment becomes invalid, number one. Incorrect, number two. Unusable in the stroke of further research work. Take it from me. Now you all should take oath in your mind, not somewhere here I am asking physically, that you should make up your mind, your correct involvement, more dedication and sincerity with honesty in the steps of procedure. Naturally, I tell you, you will become the best scientist under the framework. By next year, or maybe next to that, we will all see photos here. Whatever I am seeing here, some percentage of the elegant faces, not by complexion, I am telling by dedication of work. Yes, it should be a reflexive in your departments and all other things. And these are the four characteristics I told you, importance. Let me tell you now what is null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. Since a little time shortage, I tell you honestly, otherwise this stroke of inferential statistics, I would have made you to understand to the depth. Honestly, it's a time factor. Anyway, still again, I will be here continuing in the Department of Statistics. Any assistance regarding the research work, right from planning, because from the planning, an involvement of statistician is very essential, very, very essential. And nowadays I am seeing, since the statistics department possesses very few staff, there is no reflexy of the statistician in the advisory committee of both MSc and PhD. This is one pathetic condition. Probably I am just speaking to all of you, including our officers and all. When there is no statistician, I tell you, in the committee, a key man of research, obviously the quality structurally deteriorates. It's a fact. Anyway, That is not our role or not to be discussed within us. The university should take some steps on this particular aspect, thinking that quality, quality, quality. How quality comes? Quality comes only when infrastructure or within the framework, what is that we need to do is fine. If all the vegetables are available, if there is no skill of a person, how he or she can prepare vegetable palav, serve to the community, get the best award? Not at all. Anyway, fine. What is null hypothesis? What is alternative hypothesis? This is a more sensible point before we speak on what is inferential, different tests, where to apply, what to apply, and how to get the involvement of writing the inference. Two types of hypothesis. Major, I will just tell you, so that it will stick to your mind forever in the most sensible way. Null hypothesis. Null means no difference. English literature word no. Alternative means other than null, simple. But statistical outline, I tell you, never it accepts sometimes. For example, normal distribution I was talking about. If the distribution of any characteristic, for example, plant height of 26 plants in a particular plot, if you just draw a graph, whatever you get the normal, that means least few, goes higher, reach the optimum, then again reduces. That's called normal. If you don't get that tendency or a trend, I tell you, what is that you call opposite to normal? Abnormal. Very good. Accepted. That abnormal is a term used in all the science and fields, maybe medical, maybe nursing, maybe in all other fields. Normal against is abnormal. If the patient is not normal, we immediately say he's abnormal. Finished. I told you, statistics is different. It makes its own analogy and terms, but same meaning. Opposite to that, fine. We say non-normal. Okay. For example, good boy. If you want to scold, immediately you say bad boy. Statistics says, don't say bad boy. He will go in the same way, same path. He will become much more bad or even worse. Call him not good. This is what the usage of statistics, I tell you. What is to be applied, at what time point, and in what sense. That's important. Once you get the output, also I tell you, writing up of the conclusion, either in the results or in the discussion part, is structurally a very important component. Keep that in mind. So now, when to use null and when to use alternative, let me tell you in a very briefest way, not in a very detailed giving notes and all. Null hypothesis, that means there is no difference. If any research which you are interested to carry out, over a glance, either through books, journals, references, whatever it is. That means we know, for example, the academic performance of girls and boys are on par. Nowadays, it is totally different, is it not? The Vice Chancellor was telling at the first instance. Before that, I will tell you another one. When I joined Dharwad as assistant professor after 10 years of my service as assistant statistical officer, I would have retired as joint director in the state government, but somehow I was very much interested in this teaching. I don't know, interaction. Koriyadu antaralla, tale tinnadu. Ellargu baralla, kellaru barutte. When I joined during 1983, out of the total strength of 103 BSc agree. Gender difference I am telling, one girl and remaining 102 boys. She did her PhD in economics here only. after their MSc here, PhD. Now she is in Australia and all. Story I'm telling. Now, ratio and proportion is different. Is it not? That's good. That's good means it is not in our hand. It goes by merit. That's true. Why that comparison I said relating to this null hypothesis. My all examples, whatever I speak, whether a statement, put a full stop, put a comma, will definitely have the meaning. Me means statistician. Okay. Null hypothesis is always framed under the situation where you know some sense of output of the research. Okay. Suppose a crop grown in X place and Y place, almost similar biological criteria, same nutritive value, same depth of soil fertility. What do you expect? The yield is more or less similar. 25 quintals per acre here, 24.7 there. So in such of the cases where you know some essence of some research work already carried out, for which you are doing with little deviation in your treatment combinations, you go for null hypothesis. You got it? It is something like a marriage in and between, like same community, yes. Hormonality will be there, system will be same, religious component will be there. Otherwise, if X, that means a Hindu getting married a Muslim girl is different. We do not know. But there may be a successful later also their story in the lifespan, but still more, hardly it is less than 5% statistically we speak. Irrelevant, not significant. Okay. So situation number one, if you are already entangled with some research carried out, some background information where you know some output, go for null hypothesis. Otherwise, go for alternative hypothesis. X is greater than Y is greater than X is called alternative hypothesis. Otherwise, X equal to Y. I am not using some statistical output. Mu equals mu naught. Otherwise, you will all get bored. Only in the writing fashion, it will be good. While telling, we need to have the common language, common verdict, then only you will understand better. So this is one essence. And regarding the standard error, this is a very important table you have come across already. But make a small intuition of your mind here. Very, very important in all experimental design, in your reality of conducting research work, in your plots and making that transferring as thesis work. Sometimes you do the excellent work. It may not be approved or agreed. This is one fashion. Vice versa is true. Some not done excellently, but some agreed or approved. This is true. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಟನೆ ಅಂತೀವಿ. This is called drama. ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಡ್ರಾಮಾ ಆಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? All of you know, as a teacher, I know better. But drama is different. It is on one colloquiality, on one particular stage, at a short moment or at one moment. But it may not be true to the whole story of life ending. That's what. So here the statistics goes rejecting and accepting. Where do we do small errors? I told you. This built-in table will give you, anyway you will come across these two things. Depending on this, we are going to fix up level of significance. Let me go into that. Level of significance is 5% and 1%. So far you have heard of it. When you see the statistical books, you will see different percentages also. Is it not? 10%, even up to 50% it is there, keep that. The least is 0.01%. All that is a built-in statistical table for which your research results we are going to compare to say whether it is significant or not significant. In other words, whether to accept the hypothesis or not to accept the hypothesis. But out of it, these two are very, very important. When do we go for 5%? When do we go for 1% is most important. What does it mean? Very technical point. You are in need of money. Yes or no? Say yes. Somebody is giving extra, I say yes. Okay. I'm offering you 1 rupee or 5 rupee. Which one you take? 5 rupee. Why? Mathematically, 5 is greater than 1. I told you right from the beginning, the statistics I don't know who has created. Edward, Gahn, Farren, so many. Fisher. They all make the deviation. Even in the personality, he used to make deviation. He likes 5 rather than 1, which is the best output of mathematics. True also, but in statistics, testing or making a judgment on the statistical basis to draw the inference is 1% better than 5%. The very justification, let me not waste our time in this. Still, you know, I will just make your mind brush up. 5% means testing results are with 95% confidence, only 5% error or wrong. Similarly, synonymous 1% means the accuracy goes up to 99 and error stands 1%. That's all. So in statistical theory, we always look for and opt for 1% rather than 5%. In the lab experiment, I tell you, this is all in general social science and plant science and all. But in animal science and the lab, even we go with the minor feelings, 0.5, even 0.1, take it from me. Why means it's a microbial count, you know. It will not be expressed in mathematical things. 152, 156, 10, 5, no. It will be 10 into 10 power minus 2, minus 3, minus whatever it is. Sometimes it will be very difficult for us to write also. You take it from me. How many zeros we had to put? Astonishment. We do lot of times the error. So in that particular field, minute field of observations, we go even beyond this 5 and 1. We read the statistical output for our judgment. Okay. Then what are the steps? Forget. Let me just briefly tell you what are the difference between parametric and non-parametric. Just outline, not in detail. I told you any data gathered or collected with honesty, discipline and principalness follows, when you draw a graph, follows two types. One is either normal or non-normal. Under non-normal, you have again two types: positively trend with highest values towards right and left, whatever it is. Normal and non-normal. So whenever the data goes normal, right from the smaller value, attains it, reaches the optimum, then goes down 0 level later. For this type of data, any parameter, any science as a matter of fact, you need to apply certain tests. For non-parametric, that means for non-normal distribution, we need to apply different tests. This is, as you know. There is a slogan, ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತನಿಗೆ ಮಾತಿನ ಪೆಟ್ಟು, ದಡ್ಡನಿಗೆ ದೊಣ್ಣೆಯ ಪೆಟ್ಟು. Likewise, the application of statistical tools or techniques also depends on what type of data on hand. You got it? Anyway, what are the types which comes here and there? Forget. And another important component. In each of the experiment, there is all possibility of error, I told you. Error is what is deviation from the normality. It's called general error. But statistically, we don't just simply call it as error. Very bad. We always add a word to it saying standard error. Why do we call standard error? You keep this in mind. Majority may not be a little aware of it, but still more. Within a short spell of 1 or 2 sentences, I will make you to remember forever. Error is the difference, you know. If it were to be 10, if we get 9.5, what is error? 0.5 less. Suppose if we do that 10.1 you get, absolutely you need to get 10. That's also an error deviation with 0.1. So error could be on either side, remember. In general error also it is possible. In statistical error also it is possible. What is statistical error is, it is always tagged with the base unit. Remember, this is very, very important. Base and unit. What is this base and unit? In simple analogy and example, I tell you. Assume there are 2 students in a class. Student X in the previous performance 60%, student Y 45%. The teacher, as usual, he makes the output of a particular subject. Okay? 65 base academic performance student in the next examination secure 67. Another student 45 secure 50. Now the question goes, very important question related to statistics. This is what is research while writing and all that. Why I am just stressing the subject of statistics, the appealing feeling of statistics, steps involved is useful to the optimality to all corner, to every walk of feelings. Anyway, what is this we want to say? Both the students got the enhancement in the knowledge with that lecture class. However, a lower percentage of student secured got higher marks. Enhancement 45 to 5 is there. Here it is 65 to 2, 67. This is the essence of things. The story behind I am just telling you, whatever may be the statistical output you are getting with the relevancy and the application of tools to the field, but interpretation part is also more technical. Okay, that's very, very important. Leading to almost, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 5, okay. I told you very beginning, time is an important component for anything. If we restrict, something will happen. What is something I tell you? In all you can do, you can make the 100-meter running race instead of 2 minutes with your struggling hard over a period with energy 1.7, yes, fine. So many things God has created, but God created one very particular duration which never it can be changed. That is pregnancy. Okay? Maximum is 9, optimality. At the most 7 or 8 months finished. That to intuition of cesarean operation. Like that, why I am giving you this example is for anything to learn, anything to acquire, anything to inculcate most effectively to the mind. Time component. Very, very important. Not for all the subject, not for anything and all. Yes. Stress. If you want to know better, most effective things, yes. There is a requirement of time. Anyway, let me almost come to an end. We have different tests. I told you in the segregated categories of non-parametric and parametric. For the application, for every test, there will be assumption. That's called preamble, we say. Obtain whether this test is applicable or not. That is called assumption. You have to read the assumption before you apply. That's true. That means any student entry to agriculture university, we know there is some cutoff point. 40% obtained in PUC cannot come over here. Is it not? Likewise, so the assumptions are very important. Think about the assumptions before you make usage of any statistical tools, measures and all. Why I am just stressing all the time till now, right from the first stroke of the word. In all, majority of the students advisory committee, no statistician, number one. Because of scarcity, maybe in number, maybe other reasons, I don't know, forget. But all the time, always, all of you, you should meet the statistician, whoever is available in the department, for a little time before you start your journey in the research. Okay, nobody will say no to that. Make use of the good faith, excellent intelligence possessed by the statistician in the department of this university, and see that good research work carried out should be more successful and best output. Thank you very much. Any questions? The question should be simple because we have the time restriction. Sir, we have not understood at length, then what is the point in asking the question? Is this or something else? Anyway, thank you very much. I thank the organizer for provided me this opportunity to speak to all of you with wholeheartedly. Why I am telling you wholeheartedly means I am not a regular part and parcel of this university. I got 4 years back retired, but somehow entangled to one semester course for teaching. I'm here. That's why I'm just telling you wholeheartedly. WHOLE, not leak out HOLE. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think audience were concurrent and coordinated with the speaker. Thank you for the guest lecture. Sir, working lunch will be arranged outside the North Block auditorium, and please be assembled at 2:15 p.m. Lunch is arranged outside the auditorium. Please have and please be seated at 2:15 p.m.
have received several theses in which the format of the presentations have not been very constant. And I'm sure all of you would agree that the thesis submitted to the university is a record for posterity. This is a record that you would probably cherish even after a few decades. Let me say that if I now go back, I wrote my thesis in the year 1990, master's, and it is more than 30 years now. I would always love to flip the pages through and see what the content is. And the same kind of feeling you would get when you see the thesis after 30 years or 40 years. So it's a record that probably you would cherish for a lifetime. When you're submitting a thesis to the university, it's not only you who's submitting a thesis. During an academic year, I'm sure the directorate, Banu will agree, there are about 300 theses submitted to the university, both masters and PhDs put together. When 300 theses are received by them, they would expect not the contents, the formats of the theses are uniform. But of late, as I told you, these formats were not very constant. They were changing, and every student, for want of some kind of requirements, they had changed the original format of the university. Therefore, a need was felt by the directorate to rewrite the guidelines, and accordingly, a committee was constituted. I am a part of the committee, and that is how I'm here to present. There's nothing to do with genetics and plant breeding and the guidelines. Okay, there's nothing technical in this. And you'll have to make sure that all that is written there in the guidelines is strictly adhered to when you're presenting the thesis. Okay, so that's the background why I am here before you, and not that I'm a specialist in this. Okay, well, to ensure uniformity across different departments of the university, and also to assess the students, the chairperson, and the members of the advisory committee to prepare and submit a thesis of uniform standards accepted by or acceptable by the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. And that is why the guidelines for submission of thesis to US Bangalore only. These are not the guidelines for submission of thesis to any other university. It is the guidelines for submission of thesis to US Bangalore. And this will come into force from the year 2021. That is, the MSc students who are submitting their thesis this year, or the PhD students who are submitting the thesis this year, maybe somewhere in 21 end, will have to follow these guidelines. Don't worry about the header there. The color of the outerbound jacket should be charcoal black with full calico binding. Don't worry about it. That's the job of the printer or the binder. Okay. Seen the final copy of your thesis being prepared by the printers. Okay. The hardbound actually is wrapped with a black calico cloth on which the title of the thesis is printed in gold color. Okay, that's the heading. Anyway, a thick yellow wrapper printed in black should form the jacket for the thesis. Every thesis, if you go to the library, you'll see a yellow wrapper is there on which letters are printed in black. That is a requirement. On the yellow wrapper, the title of the thesis, the name of the student with ID number, year of submission, department, and please make a note, the college where the student has registered for the PG program. I'm sure the Mandya students are also there online. So they may have to make a note that there is a provision to include the name of the college. College of Agriculture, VC Farm Mandya would be included in their thesis. So the college where the student has registered for the PG program and the name of the university should be printed on the thick yellow wrapper or outer cover. On the spine portion, that means that you have, if somebody can give me a book. This is the spine portion of the thesis. On the spine portion of the thesis, there is a need to mention whether it is a master's thesis or a doctoral thesis. Then, in addition, the year of submission, the title of the thesis, and the name of the student should be printed in black. I will share the formats later as a Word document. The wrapper should be covered tightly with a transparent plastic sheet. I'm sure all of you must have seen this. It comes with a plastic sleeve so as to prevent any kind of damage to the yellow wrapper. Now coming to the preliminary pages, okay, before the actual thesis starts, there are preliminary pages, just like any novel or anything, you have preface and things like that. Here also you have the preliminary pages. The preliminary pages are very, very important in a thesis. The first preliminary page or the first inside cover page provides the same details as that of the outer cover page. Whatever was there in the yellow sheet would be printed in the first preliminary page. The second inside cover page shall provide information given on the outer cover page. In addition to that, it will also include a statement. The statement reads like this: thesis submitted to the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. Please don't use the word Bengaluru. It is Bangalore because it is a registered organization in the name of UAS Bangalore and not Bengaluru. So thesis submitted to the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore in partial fulfillment for the degree of Master of Science. It could be Agriculture, MBA, MTech, or Doctor of Philosophy in the concerned subject. The third preliminary page should be the certificate. The format of the certificate again will be shared later as a Word document. I think the organizers will share these two files with you so that it will come handy when you're writing the thesis. The university emblem shall be printed in the certificate. This wasn't there earlier. The university emblem was not there. Now it's a part of the thesis. On the cover pages and in the certificate, you'll have the university emblem. The certificate that comes up in the third sheet is approved by the chairman and the members of the advisory committee for master's degree thesis. The chairman and the members of the advisory committee. And in case of the doctoral degree, please note, in addition to the chairperson, the members of the advisory committee, the nominated member who conducts the final thesis viva will also affix his signature, and there's a provision made in the certificate. On the left-hand side of the certificate, at the bottom, you have a provision to include the signature and the designation of the external examiner who would be conducting the final thesis viva for a PhD student. The fourth preliminary page shall be dedication. And this is optional. Okay? It may or may not be included. It's become a fancy these days to include dedication of various kinds. Okay? And it's better. There was a big debate. We thought the dedication page should be completely avoided in the thesis because it is purely a scientific record, not something to do with some other purposes like meeting the requirements of someone else. So dedication should be avoided. And let me tell you, this is optional and should be included only in the final submission. When you're submitting the thesis for external evaluation, please do not include the dedication as well as the acknowledgement. Okay, these two should be avoided. The fifth preliminary page, as I told, shall include the acknowledgement, and this will be a part of the final thesis to be submitted to the university, not for the external evaluation. We have seen acknowledgements come along with certification copies as well. You don't have to please anyone. You don't have to please the advisory committee members. It is the responsibility of the chairperson and the advisory committee members to edit or offer suggestions to your thesis. You don't have to dedicate, you don't have to acknowledge when you're circulating the thesis. When you're submitting for external evaluation, acknowledgement can come in only at the time of final submission. Please do not forget to acknowledge the funding agency, which several people forget. Please acknowledge. If you are an Inspire Fellow, if you are a CSR Fellow, please acknowledge the funding agency. The sixth preliminary page should be the poster printout. This is for the master's students. As a part of the Science Week, you'll be presenting your poster. The poster that you present would have undergone a couple of rounds of editing, and the final version would be presented during the Science Week, and that version should be included in the thesis. This is followed by the abstracts of your thesis, both in English and Kannada. First English, followed by Kannada. Now, those were the preliminary pages. Now, coming to the content pages. The content pages should include the titles in uppercase letters. Again, we have found several styles of writing this. All the chapter headings should be in uppercase letters. There are totally 6 chapters, and they should be numbered in Roman, 1 to 6. Appendices, if any, will form another chapter, that is the 7th chapter, but that will not receive a chapter number. You just include it as appendices or appendix. If you have a single title, then it's an appendix. If there are multiple, then they are appendices. And appendices are numbered in Roman numbers again with lowercase letters. Abbreviations used, again, it's optional. Some department students may include abbreviations, some may not want to. You can include as a separate sheet as abbreviations. Then you have list of tables, list of plates, list of figures, list of plates, and list of appendices. This will be the sequence. Now, coming to the thesis chapters. As I told, the thesis contains 6 chapters. Each chapter is separated by an interleaf. Okay. After every chapter, you have a sheet that delineates the chapters. On the interleaf, you have the chapter heading printed. You need to print the chapter heading. At the center of the page, again in uppercase letters, with a font size of 20. Now, what we have seen over the years is this interleaves are of different styles. Okay, different letters, like some use Times New Roman, some use Oxford, some use calligraph, and so on and so forth. it is important to maintain uniform style of the letters in the chapter headings. After the interleaves, every interleaf will have only one word along with the number of the chapter. Roman 1, introduction. Roman 2, review of literature. Roman 3, material methods. Roman 4, results and discussion. Roman 5, summary. And Roman 6 is references. Okay. When you start with the first chapter, that is introduction, at the top center of the page, introduction is typed in 14 font size in the center, and that will be in uppercase. At the top center of the page with the 14 font size in uppercase, bold. Again, it should be bold. The introduction chapter should provide a preamble. For whatever research that you're carrying out, it should carry a preamble, provide adequate statistical information or the data that is required, supported by relevant citation. Justify suitably to the readers for taking up the research. In most students' introduction chapter, we find that they do not substantiate as to why the topic was chosen for the study. So half of the page in the thesis, introduction chapter, should be clearly stating why the thesis problem was chosen. And immediately after that, you will have to indicate in the form of statements the broad objectives of the study. Okay, that's very, very important, even specific objectives of the thesis. Coming to a review of literature. So this is one chapter that students tend to copy paste. It is not required. And there are some students who prefer to use a tabular form of presenting the review of literature.
Scholarship.
It is not appropriate to present the review of literature in a tabular form. The review of literature should be something like a story that connects your research problem with that of the results that you obtain or the discussions that you make. Now, you should build a story around the research problem that you're doing. And the review that you make should now build in confidence in you. And that is the reason why you need to do a review. Published literature related to the topic of research should be aptly synthesized. When I say synthesized, it should be written like a story. Okay? It has to suit to the context. The material method should pertain to the work carried out, and this should not be carried into the results and discussion chapter. At times, when we read the thesis, we come across students writing a part of the material methods in the research as well. They would have written in the material methods, but this spills over into results and discussion. Try avoiding this. Don't carry the material methods to the results and discussion chapter. The material methods chapter may be named as methodology. It's for social sciences, not for the biological sciences. For the biological sciences, it is material methods only. Coming to the results and discussion. Results and discussion in the form of a single chapter should be presented along with tables, figures, and plates in sequence. Now, when we say in sequence, if you're writing the results, and in the results, if you're saying the results obtained on a particular aspect is presented in table 4, illustrated in figure 2, and depicted in plate 5. You write like that. Then, immediately after that text, you should bring in the table to connect that statement. followed by the figure, followed by the plate. The order or the sequence is first the data in terms of the table, then the illustration in the form of a figure, then the supporting information in the form of a plate or a photograph. Okay, that is the sequence. Tables and figures shall be neatly printed, and however small they may be, should be presented along with the running text. Please note the tables and figures only, not the plates. The tables and figures, if they are very small, they can go along with the text. They need not come in a separate sheet always. If the tables are not small, if they are quite large, then they can form separate sheets. Okay. So tables and figures shall be neatly printed, and however small they may be, should be presented along with the running text. Salient findings of the result shall be discussed and supported with relevant literature as and when it is required and appropriately. Okay. So as you discuss things, you take the support of the available literature to support the results that you have obtained. Tables and figures should be printed on A4 size executive bond papers and should be numbered serially, irrespective of the chapter in which tables and figures are included. The reason why we include this is, now if middle method is chapter 3, then people used to write 3.1, table 3.1, table 3.2, table 3.3. And when the table appears in results and discussion, they used to write as 4.1, 4.2, and so on. So it's not required. You can arrange the tables serially, even if you have a table in review of literature. The first table comes in review of literature, that will be number 1. If the third table comes in middle methods, you include as 3 only, don't start from 1 again. Okay. So tables and figures printed on A4 size executive bond paper should be numbered serially, irrespective of the chapter in which the tables and figures are included. Plate should be printed only on one side of photography paper. Only one side. Irrespective of whether submitted for external evaluation or final submission. Now, this is very, very true, specifically when you're submitting for the final, to the university finally. When you're submitting to the university finally, we say that the content of the thesis is printed on both sides of the paper, whereas the photograph should be printed only on one side, not on both sides. Because photographs are printed on only one side of the paper in the thesis that you're submitting finally, plate should be inserted between pages and not assigned with page numbers. Do not assign page numbers to the plates. Your tables and figures, illustrations will receive page numbers, but the plates will not receive page numbers. They will be inserted between pages. So in the list of contents, when you're writing list of plates, plate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then plate 1 would be inserted between page 25 and 26. So the plate will not be assigned with a specific number. Practical utility and future line of work of the study shall be included at the end of results and discussion. Please do include the future line of work as well as the practical utility at the end of the discussion. Don't take it to the summary chapter. Okay. And every study will invariably have a practical utility, will invariably end up with a future course of action. Okay. Please make this statement. That will help your juniors to take or carry forward the work where you've stopped. Summary and references. Summary, including references and conclusions, should be brief with salient findings of the investigation. It should be very, very brief. Some people write summary as 6 to 7 pages, even for masters, not required. Your summary should be restricted to just 2 to 3 pages. 2 pages for a master's and 3 pages for a doctoral degree thesis. Not more than that. Restrict your summary to 2 pages as far as master students are concerned, 3 pages as far as doctoral students are concerned. The references cited should be in accordance with MJS format. Whether you like it or not, as of now, it should be, I know the MJS format is very difficult to follow. People don't want to do it. So please do follow the MJS format. Karba, I'll close in 5 minutes. The abbreviations of the names of the journals should be similar to that given in the world list of scientific periodicals. Any abbreviation should be standard, okay, which is acceptable internationally. The references should be listed in alphabetical and chronological order with hanging margins. You have a special case there. You'll have to put in hanging margins. The references cited in text alone should be listed. Names and initials of authors shall be printed in uppercase letters. We'll show you the format of MJS later. Now coming to the paper and the margins. The quality of paper that you should be using to submit for either external evaluation or the final. Well, even before I go to this, I guess the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies is now trying to see that the thesis is submitted online. I think they are working towards it. And if that comes in, the question of submission of hard copies of to the external evaluation doesn't arise. Okay, a team is working on that. The team is sitting here. Nataraj Karba is here. So Banu Prakash is also there. Most likely, very soon, your circulation will go online. Submission of thesis for evaluation, the draft thesis by your chairperson, followed by evaluation by the members of the advisory committee, then followed by evaluation by the external examiner. All that will be online. A platform is being worked out, and probably very soon you'll have that. Maybe if you are lucky, you'll have that in place by July, August. Let's see. Anyway, the thesis submit finally to the university should be printed neatly on both sides of A4 size executive white bond of 85 GSM paper only. Oh, this was final submission on both sides. A uniform margin of 2.5 centimeters at the top. When I say uniform, this margins will be there for all the pages of the thesis. 2.5 centimeters at the top, 2 centimeters at the bottom, 3 centimeters on the left, which goes for binding at the left hand side, and 2 centimeters on the right hand side should be provided. These margins should be followed for all pages, including tables and appendices. Now coming to the font size. For the entire thesis, it is 12 font Times New Roman. Okay. The general text and references in the thesis will have 12 font size with Times New Roman type letters and 1.5 space between lines. Chapter headings will be of 14 font size and bold. Chapter headings. The chapter headings on the interleaves would be 20. The font size of the chapter headings on the interleaves will be 20. The chapter headings on the first page of the chapter would be 14 and bold. Subheadings shall be of 12 font size and printed in bold. Every page in the thesis include tables and figures must be numbered for easy reference, except plates which are inserted between pages. And the page number shall be printed at the right bottom corner of each page. The first page of each chapter shall not be numbered. The first page of each chapter shall not be numbered because these numbers have already been given in the content sheet. So you don't write the first page number. Header and footers. Every page footer shall carry the abridged title. You don't have to write the entire title. You write the first few letters and then put dots there. That should suffice. Every page footer shall carry the abridged title of the thesis. Even page footer shall carry the abridged title, and the odd page footer contains the name of the student and the degree. Okay. When you're submitting the thesis for external evaluation, if it is going to be hard copies, then the thesis should be printed neatly on single side of 85 GSM paper. The master student shall submit 1 copy, whereas the doctoral students will submit 2 copies of the thesis. The thesis shall be soft bound with yellow outer cover page. Dedications and acknowledgements should be avoided while submitting the thesis for external evaluation. The final thesis submission. Thesis printed neatly on both sides of executed bound paper. Final hard bound copy of the thesis should be prepared by the student after incorporating relevant suggestions made by the external examiners and the suggestions by the advisory committee during the final thesis by hours, and then be submitted to the university. Each thesis should be submitted in quadruplicate, inclusive of 1 copy to the student. In case you'll have to make note, the ICR students or students receiving any other fellowship, in case the student is a recipient of a national, including ICR, JRF, SRF, CSIR, DST Inspire level fellowship, or even an international fellowship, an additional copy of the thesis should be submitted to the funding agency through the Dean PGS. Okay. The covering letter should be addressed to the registrar, UASB. Now, the present head of the department will forward it to the Dean PGS. The Dean PGS in turn will forward to the registrar. The registrar will now submit from the registrar's office, the copy of the thesis will go to the funding agency. So you'll have to clearly indicate in the letter, covering letter, who should be receiving that thesis copy. Now the funding agency would have given where exactly it has to be posted. So clearly make a mention about forwarding the thesis to the concerned authority along with the complete address. The student should submit 1 hard copy of the thesis and 1 CD carrying PDF version of the complete thesis, each to the library, concerned department, and the chairman of the advisory committee of the student, and 1 CD to the Dean Postgraduate Studies. They are expected to submit only a CD containing the entire thesis. Now, we have received several complaints from the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies. You have submitted the thesis, but you have submitted the CD, but the CD does not contain anything. And that is the reason why, there's a statement again with the professor head signs. It's a CD authentication certificate. The professor head signs the statement indicating that I have seen the CD and the CD contains the thesis. Argental birth irano sign madu kalastive, but a CD already thesis iralla. Now it has to be a record in the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies. So when you submit the CD to the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies, please make sure that the contents of the thesis is included in the CD. Okay. At the time of submission of thesis, master student should submit one manuscript to the chairperson of the advisory committee. It is mandatory this year. You will have to submit a draft paper. Okay. Doctoral degree students should have published at least 2 full-length research papers in journals with NAS rating of above 4. Now, this NAS rating of 4 may be changed. What, Karba? And doctoral degree students should append all published papers at the end of the thesis. You'll have to include them in the thesis. Just like the masters append the poster in the preliminary pages, the PhD student should append the full-length articles published in journals completely in the thesis. The masters, this was told to you in the morning, but they did not indicate the time frame. Please make note of the time frame. The master student who publishes full-length research papers within 3 years from the date of admission. There's a clause there. Okay. And doctoral degree students within 4 years of the date of admission with NAS rating above 6 will be cash incentivized 1,000 times of the NAS rating, along with a certificate of appreciation from the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies. The chairperson of the advisory committee of such incentivized students will also be rewarded with a certificate of appreciation. Now, these are just a few general guidelines. The chairperson and advisory committee member seal should not appear in certificate page and abstract pages included in the thesis. Now, there's a habit of the chairperson, after affixing his signature, they also put a seal. Please do not do this. The thesis that you're submitting to the library or to the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies or to your guide, please do not allow the seal to be there in the thesis, even in your thesis. It's not required. Chapter delineation pages should be uniform in font size and type with no watercolor background. We have seen this previously. The entire interleaves is with watercolors. It is not required. You are not decorating your thesis. Please do not decorate that. Okay, it is a scientific information that you're presenting to the university. There's nothing to decorate there. So please don't use any kind of colors or things like that. You have all sorts of flowers coming up in the delineating pages. It's not required. Symbols, abbreviations, and notations used in the thesis should be of national or international acceptance. Can someone help me with the Word document? Share the Word document. Okay, these are the formats. These formats also will be shared. You can all have this. The format of the outer cover page. And this is the spine portion of the thesis. Spine portion of the thesis. The font size is 20. Please make note that the title of the thesis that comes up, the font size is 20. And one more thing, except the first letter that comes up. Earlier theses, all the theses that were submitted until now, the thesis title used to be in uppercase letters. Now it has been changed. Please make note of this. Only the first letter of the title of the thesis will be in uppercase. The rest would be the normal case letters. So that this is primarily done to enable the scientific name to be written in its regular format. Okay, in italics. Okay. That's okay. Scroll. Okay. That's the this is the second cover page. The second cover page, it's almost the same. There's absolutely no change. When it comes to the third cover page, the third preliminary page, thesis submitted to the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, in partial fulfillment of the requirement of degree of all that. Okay, that's the third preliminary page. This is a certificate. Now this has to be maintained. Okay, please don't change the words here because people have thought about these words and they have kept it. What you need to change here is your name, ID number, the title of the thesis, and the department. You see here, there's a provision to include the signature of the external examiner. You can also write the name of him and also the designation if you wish to. This is for the PhD students. The contents, format of the content page. And the interleaves should be like this. That's it, uppercase letters in the center of the page. And this is the font size, the chapter headings. On the first page of each chapter, you will have Roman 1 followed by full stop and then introduction. This is for citing the references. Well, if you have any queries, you are welcome to. That's about the guidelines for preparation of the thesis. Yeah. Yeah. Here. Yeah. Department of Seed Science and Technology, College of Agriculture, GKVK Bangalore, College of Agriculture, Mandya. That let me mention that. That will be there here also. In the certificate, in the preliminary page also it will be there.
So here, the first page we were not having the subject
earlier.
Now we have included the subject over there.
After
the ID number, that there will be a subject. Earlier we never used to have a subject over there, and we have introduced that particular content.
And below that, it will come.
And in the certificates, down below, you will be having colleges and
Yes. Clear?
This whatever that we are going to you is being under processing. So this is subject to the approval of the academic council and also subject to the approval of board of studies and academic council. Because we need to modify these things. Once again, we will take that one. By and large, whatever the structure that what Mohan has said, that will remain the same basic structure. Further thing that we will change it to our core things, and that we will upload to the website in due course. Thereby you can be able to follow that. By the time that you come to the conclusion of your degree program, towards the writing of the thesis. By the time it will be ready, I think it will be submitted. That's number one. As you rightly pointed out, that another thing that we are making towards the online submission of the thesis. So that will be more appropriate, and that also probably it may be ready in April or May. So I think you people have to undergo the same, because it will be asked for the external supply, for the circulation, the internal circulation, for the advisory committee clearance, then the directorate, the HOD clearance, then it will come to the directorate clearance. So once after the clearance, it will go to the external for the evaluation to online only. Then in case you insist that it has to come from the outbound copy, if the external insists, then we need to submit that one to the hard copy. But we tell to allot to those persons, we will be using the soft copies. But we are having huge numbers of students. We are having nearly about 400 students. It will be very difficult to find out the externals, unlike the other universities. Because repeatedly, in case it is sent same to the copies to the same evaluator, so you will not be able to correct properly. So since it's a new type of things, those things also making us difficult, but we are moving it in that particular line. Definitely it will come to by the month of May or June, I think it will be ready for you people to submit to the external.
Currently, the guidelines that have been prepared, initially we prepared the draft guidelines, and this is the version that has been presented to you after incorporating the suggestions of the professional heads of all the departments. So currently, in principle, this has been accepted by all the professional heads of the departments. Okay. The next level, it will go to the academic council. It will be approved there. Once it is approved, we'll have to follow these guidelines. Okay. Thanks for a patient hearing. I thank the organizers again for providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. Mohan Rao sir for providing guidelines for writing thesis according to the pattern of USB. And I would like to introduce Dr. Nataraj Karaba sir, who is a professor of Department of Crop Physiology, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. He was worked as a scientist in Rubber Research Institute of India, Kerala, and Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bangalore. He is a recipient of the Sir C.V. Raman Young Scientist Award from the Government of Karnataka and prestigious INSA Teachers Award 2020 from the Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi. He serves as an expert member on the advisory panels of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Government of and he is an associate chief editor of Plant Physiology Reports. And I would like to welcome you to this technical session, sir. And he is going to deliver a speech on why to publish research findings. I welcome you for this session, sir. Screen share my screen share.
Wait, otherwise it will crash. Virus here.
Wait. That's the.
Shall I do it myself?
No,
But the PPT should share. I know you shouldn't have pulled out the pen drive like that. Pen drive is connected. You open it. Unless you reject it, you cannot open. Sometimes it crashes. So if you shift and control. It's opening?
Yes, sir.
Only 150. You can pull out the pen drive. Keep the pen drive.
Eject ಮಾಡಿ.
ಇದನ್ನ eject ಮಾಡಿ.
Pen drive eject ಮಾಡಿ.
You have pointer now. Pointer. No, check. If it is not there, no. Namaste. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
So, at the outset, I'd like to thank my friend and, of course, coordinator of this particular program, head of the Department of Agriculture Extension, for giving me a small opportunity to talk a little bit about why we should publish. And I'm also thankful to the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies for organizing this particular event, which is highly useful to not only to you, for us also. As a mentor, it's our responsibility to follow the guidelines. And Dr. Mohan Rao mentioned about the guidelines. It's very important for us to follow the guidelines and make sure that you have a good quality research report presentation in the form of thesis and, of course, publication. So before I start, I just want to say you are free to sleep. Okay. So those who study certain policy and law course, you know that everything is permitted unless it is prohibited. Correct? Everything is prohibited unless it is permitted. So sleeping is permitted. Okay? But other thing is prohibited. What is that? Snoring is prohibited. Sleeping is permitted. Snoring is prohibited. Why? It might disturb your neighbor's sleep. Okay? So you have no right to disturb others. So you can sleep. Okay? So there is nothing, no lesson, only story. So what I thought is at 3:30 or 3 o'clock, if extension coordinator asked me to give a talk, I think that's not the time to speak to you or tell any lesson. I know as a teacher, at this hour, you'll be deep sleep. Maybe you might need a tea before we start, but then they said tea break will be after this lecture. Is that right? Okay. You want to have a tea break now? But I have no control on that. Okay. So what is that we are going to talk? We are going to talk about or discuss about chat about why should we publish our research. So that's a question we're asking. And as the active members in your team, they just introduced, I'm thankful to them for the kind words. And all the things, whatever they said is because of my students. I'm one of the latest person in my department or in my lab. So my students work for me and I take credit like this. So that's not fair, right? It is not fair. But then I say, we are here because our students published. So that's the reason we thought we'll just chat about why should we publish our research, which is really hard work. So if you ask this question and you have the answer with you already, you know that our research is basically sharing what we are doing in a lab or in a field. Maybe you are collecting some field data, and most of you are here today, biologists, I suppose. There are no social scientists. You will be a social scientist, will be going to village or field to capture the information that are required. So research is all about sharing your so-called hard work in the form of a small report, which would be basically new knowledge. It may be known to you, but it's really a brand new knowledge for others, which you have discovered in your lab. So we publish our research in the form of certain articles. That's what we have been talking since morning. And while doing that, that is sharing your knowledge, you should also decide where and what form we should publish. So that's up to us how to decide. But then if your research is interesting, it must be published. Why? Because we are talking a lot about in India, local, global. These concepts are being debated by Prime Minister of India, right? So be local and make sure that you reach globe. So getting global exposure for your local research, what you are in a small farm land, will be really important component of your publication. So you must publish therefore. And remember, our research is supported by others in the form of taxpayers' money. So it's our responsibility while earning your degree, and you have a component of thesis writing, so or research, so that must be published and you must tell others. In fact, in certain countries, say for example, Netherlands, where I also served as a kind of advisor, member of their student committee, it is compulsory that they should have an abstract in the local language to read to the local people in Dutch language. So it's very important, and therefore I feel you must publish. So if you keep on asking the same question again and again, why should we publish? There are 3 or 4 reasons why we should publish. You know some of the reasons. And people say, especially for those who are into active research, research is incomplete if you do not publish. That means if you do not publish your research findings, you are not eligible to earn your degree. Because in your degree, there's a component called partial fulfillment of the degree. You need to do some research. So in fact, we're beginning a degree without actually you're completing the process. That is not correct. So therefore, research is incomplete when you do not publish. So research is complete only when your outcome, I would say output, is shared to others. And the most important thing is when you publish, what is the advantage? You actually put your information, that new knowledge what we earned, in a public domain in the form of journal articles. So that's the reason you should publish. In fact, if you put them into, this is just for the sake of academicians, why we should publish, if you ask, it could be for academic interest. This is for research community. This could be for sharing the main knowledge, academic interest. So you have now all kind of devices here. Somebody did the research, somebody published. I started working for further investigation. So I would say lead, you work on the lead to convert the lead into a kind of testing hypothesis and the product. So that's how it is. For the sake of academic research, it's very important you need to publish. And second component, people argue that we need to publish because personal satisfaction. You did the work. It belongs to you. So you are the first person to report. It's a new finding. So you must publish therefore. So the gain satisfaction and personal drive to be in academics. So that's the second reason people think about publication. So you need to publish. The most important bread and butter is our job hunt. Now, be it in private industry or in public institution, whether you have done something or not, I evaluate not based on the thesis what you carry, I look at your publications. So the job requirement, that purpose, I think we need to publish. So when you do that, you have actually fulfilling, or you will be fulfilling all the requirement of research. That is, research is complete when the results are shared or published, and that will also indirectly meet all three components what I mentioned, and would probably that would also give you the opportunity to serve in some fields. So as I mentioned, I'm not going to talk more. It is not the forum to discuss why we should publish, why we should publish. You are all aware of it now. At least I'm talking to MSc students. It is important to publish. You would have discovered something. So the publishing can give research visibility. And especially, not only in our own field, outside the immediate circle of your contact when you publish information in the public domain, like a newspaper, everybody reads. And I keep telling this. When you publish it, there will be somebody to comment on your work. So more and more discovery, they might try to disprove you. You try to prove them indirectly. So in fact, discovery begins there. I say something, you argue, counter-argue. Scientific counter-argument is very important, otherwise we don't grow. So in other words, when you publish, you make others to read your work, you educate them about your work, and that gives some opportunity. It could be any type of journals I'm talking about. Sometimes as a biologist, we started publishing even in social science journals. Say, for example, we have been working some time ago about corona, right? So in our university, it is not a medical institution. There are 2 or 3 papers published from this university on coronavirus, management of coronavirus disease, COVID-19 disease management. So, and some of them are linked to social science, just maintaining hygienic way of living together. So in other words, it is very important, and that kind of ideas lead to more and more discovery, and that gives you satisfaction. So you can distribute your work, and once you publish, as I mentioned, it actually remains in libraries, and you have all the things. Your grandchildren can study your work, because now we have a good way of documenting information, and a single button can actually let you all the information out. So the placing your work, organization, institutions is possible with the help of publications. As I mentioned, the publication is essential, and it forms record of research in that field of your choice. It's very, very important to publish, therefore, because you have to document them. You have the option to preserve your research results, whatever you do, as a permanent records. And I keep talking to our students that the knowledge is growing, it is not static. So when you keep on publishing, when you keep on adding values, dot by dot, in fact, we say that research is of 2 types. One called de novo research, that is afresh, no one would have thought about it. The other one is called as contributory research. The third category, I don't call it as research, it is a duplication of work, what others have done. When you do a duplication, that's 2 possibilities. One, you wouldn't have seen what others have published, or you just wanted to try what others have done. So that's basically duplication that may not give you much importance. But the contributory research, I have already started. So you're using that as a launching pad and jump to next level. And that's what's happening every day now. So some of you may be having de novo idea the first time you'll be reporting. So it is important to publish and record them in archives in the form of publication. From that angle, it's very important for you to publish. Now, as I mentioned, it's very easy for you to dig out the information, because now have digital way of storing them and circulating them, connecting the globe without any problem. So therefore, you need to publish. Then, as I mentioned, when you publish, others may or may not duplicate your work. They may duplicate your work to confirm whether you have done is correct or not. That is the reason, research articles, morning Joshi was mentioning, Mr. Joshi was talking about methodology. So you need to give a clear indication of method, what you follow for your research. So the duplication of work is important for a certain reason, but then when you publish, I may not go in the same direction because it's already published. It will not give me any credit, or the information is already extracted. Then why should I waste my time and public money or my own money on that research? So the preventing duplication is very important. So it will prevent unnecessary efforts in that direction, and it also increase efficiency. As I mentioned, I've already have a base data. I grow on the base data and make sure that I grow further, climb up the ladder much faster. So that's the reason you need to publish, to avoid duplication and to make use of the existing information and duplication of efforts. So as we've been talking in the morning, that we publish research articles and that reaches multiple people, and you give a seminar, you have a credit seminar, is that right? That is published by someone else. You present the information, then ask your colleagues to debate on that. It could be lab meeting, lab seminars, your credit seminars. You are actually making presentation on the existing information published by someone else. So that actually make you to think in a different direction or the same direction, or the comment, or as the impact of the publication, what they have done. So sometimes journals themselves allow engage with the audience for exchange. In fact, current science sometimes does that. You can actually comment, editor will post the question to the author and it can come back. So you can actually do that. Just to mention, one of our master's students last year, she called the corresponding author of the paper to come online for the seminar. He was there from Germany. So you can see that is possible. The work that is happening in his lab, we were able to find out through his publication. We picked that paper for our presentation, and that candidate or the lab manager or the professor was online to listen to her, presenting her work or his work in our lab or in our credit seminar. So this is what journal may help us to engage, or else it might also help us to spread the information. And maybe beyond that, public discussion. You know that when the Nobel Prize is announced, you have all kind of public discussion happening. And these kind of publications are making us very, very interesting. So you know about yes protein. What is yes protein? You, all of you, why you? Any layman will know mutation, correct? Yes protein, correct? What is this? In what context we are talking about? We are talking about from the context of COVID, right? So this kind of information now being spread because somebody is publishing, somebody is debating, the issues are being debated in public forum, television debate. So that is possible only when you publish the information. Otherwise, nobody will know, only you will know. So therefore, dissemination of the information, we need to publish. As I mentioned earlier, we need to publish for our own satisfaction as well as for the career as advancement. You need to grow. I joined as an assistant professor, or I joined as a junior scientist, then I become a scientist, and all that is based on the publication, what we do, right? So it is becoming part and parcel of your career advancement. Not only here, even in industry, they look at the contribution, scientific contribution, if you are in an R&D field, research and development field. So that is also very important. So make sure that you are into this race and try to cultivate the habit of publishing the results. So while publication, when you submit your research article to the journal office, the way our Mr. Joshi mentioned about the pattern of publication, selecting the journals, organizing your data, framing the paper as per the requirement, the paper or research article what you submit goes through a review process. We call it as peer review process. So they actually comment on our work. Sometimes if your work is exceptionally good, if you have organized everything, it is de novo, exceptionally good, then one go, the editor might say accept. Okay, somebody wants to talk there. Can you continue, please? Do you have anything to add on this particular slide? Maybe it's that interesting because one way talking is not good. Two way would be interesting. Okay. So if you have nothing, I'll continue. Can I? Yeah. So the point what I want to say is that there is a process called review. So my work will be reviewed by third party. So he will comment on that. That's called peer review process. If your work is exceptionally good, in one go, editor or editor board may say your paper is accepted for publication. The second category would be, they will say it's good, but there is a minor revision. I have certain queries to ask. So it will come back to you. You may have to work further on that, or you may have to do little experiment to argue that what you have presented is correct. Third one would be major revision, meaning what? You have to do, probably take a resewing again. That's a tough situation. But then they said no. I mean, they wouldn't have said no to your paper. Your paper is okay. Your idea is exceptionally good, but I cannot take in this format. So you may have to work further. That's called major revision. So that's the third category. Fourth category, reject. I don't want. Right? So when it is rejected, they don't reject just like that. They reject with a justification, answers and queries. So that's a learning lesson. In fact, we do that. We say that we publish in XYZ journals, high impact journals. I think you will know all these terms later. I will not talk about that. We will say that, but then before that, we would have sent to different journals that is rejected there. They would have given us some idea to work further on that. We would have worked, fine-tuned, then succeeded. Everywhere it happens. As Mr. Joshi mentioned in the morning, even Nobel laureate papers were rejected, correct? So that's a reality. So in fact, during the process of rejection, that laureate would have learned many things. So that's how it is. Peer review process is an essential component of your publication. You need to publish to learn the mistake what you are doing and earn from those suggestions and guidance. So that's the way you should handle it. So I always feel peer review process is very good. And in fact, we are surviving because of reviewers. They help us to grow. We are very dirty scientists, I would put that way. Reviewers are helping us to grow, right? So the benefits of peer review during this publication or publishing our work is very interesting. And I would say that some of these editors-in-chiefs of certain journals are really mature members, and they would have worked many years. They would have digested the idea, and they will be in a position to share that to us through publication or to comments or suggestions. So let's publish from that context to learn more. And there are certain things. This is what I just wanted to tell for all of you. Now you are starting your career in the field of science. I would say you are budding scientists. Just sown seed, not even imbibed everything, right? The process of germination begins with imbibition process, correct? Then slowly you have plumule and radical emerging and you grow into a big tree. I want to see you as a big tree. Now you just started the process of imbibition, let's put that way. Sometimes what we do is we believe that only positive results are to be published. I give a treatment. If it increases the plant growth or does something in a positive way, I publish. If it doesn't do, I will ignore it. Correct? Most of us, we have that feeling. Somehow we don't publish negative results. So one of our mentors and teachers, Dr. Ganesha, actually was debating on that. The most of the journals that are published, if you analyze the data, that negative results are not available. Only positive results are published. That doesn't mean that they wouldn't have seen. They would have seen, researcher would have seen that, but they would have ignored or avoided publishing those information because they feel that editors may not accept it. But this is what I want to say, that is called publication bias. It is important for us to publish negative results. Why? As probably I mentioned already, that you probably save a lot of time for others. They may not repeat those experiments again. Your negative paper would be useful to them. They will not go in that track. They know that if you move in that track, there is a danger they may not get anything. You save their valuable time, money, everything. So the negative results are to be published, but make sure that you are in a comfortable position to push that and succeed. That's what I wanted to say. So many people say that you will be helping a lot for the cause of science if you publish negative results in a decent way, the way it has to be published. Of course, while doing science, Surendra would have said that there are certain statistical principles, there are certain guidelines, certain disciplines to capture data and analyze them. When you do all that, but still you get the results which are not meeting your hypothesis or in a negative way, let's see whether that can be published, and it must be published. So we have been talking all these things again and again, same point, 3 points I mentioned. I'm giving some explanations for 3 points, 3 dot what I said. The publications are regarded as kind of material to recognize your work, give credit to your lab or institutions and university. Our university or all any institutions is ranked based on several criteria. One of the major criteria what they consider is the publication, research, output. So there are two things we talk about, output and outcome, right? Output means whatever I do at the end of this workshop, the output is you would have captured some knowledge. That is the output of this workshop. What is the outcome? Outcome is a good publication in the high impact journal. That's what I want to say. That is the outcome, right? So the output would be whatever our coordinator Shivalinga is struggling to educate you. So at the end of things, you would have captured some information and he will be having output done. That's it. Outcome is maybe it might be 3 years later. If you are a master's student, 2 years or maybe 3 years later, you'll publish 6 and above impact and earn 6,000 rupees and run away. So that is the outcome. Okay, that's how it is. So we had to work with that, and that is how we should plan. And I would say our university or institutions, all public, tomorrow you might join some firms, you will be giving the credit, your name will be there. I keep telling my students, Jeevita is sitting right there, you have to be selfish. Why should I selfish? You work for yourself. You earn a good degree, whatever it is, with the high impact journal papers. You give credit to the laboratory. You give credit to the department indirectly because you carry the tag of that university. Then university, ultimately, wherever you are, you will be giving credit to the institution where you worked. So you have to be there for selfish, of course, without disturbing others, right? So in that model, I would say you produce, improve your CV biodata, and also help our institution to grow. That's the reason our Dean PGS is, pushing all these kind of incentives. Thankful to technical officers and Directorate of Postgraduate Studies for having these kind of programs initiated. And I'm sure we'll have good output or outcome. Okay. So there are advantages, as I mentioned. Our work, when you publish, the people who are reading our work, they will also evaluate my lab, right? So they will say that our lab is really good or bad or dirty, whatever it is, because that is true. That is a kind of evaluation. And we will get a chance to grow further. We can design better projects, better organized way of doing research and experiments. Ultimately, it is basically for our satisfaction. And we will have a credit for our publications as well, share our information. And only thing is we will grow further, faster and faster in this peer review competition. And we will survive only when you do a good work and publish in a reputed journal. That's a very important. Joshi also mentioned in the morning that the journals are also very important. And this publication would make you to tick any of those columns. Are you satisfied, not satisfied, depending upon the impact of the journal, what you are going to publish. So just to sum up, we have been talking same thing again and again, and I don't want to preach, but I just want to tell you that publication is must. And you have now two kinds of research you're going to do. One is basic and strategic research. It may not be useful to farmers today. The other one is translation research, which our Vice Chancellor and Dean also hinting. Translation means that might give direct benefit to the end users immediately in the form of some recommendation or package of practice or whatever it is. Basic and strategic research means you are just doing for the cause of fun of doing something, science, understanding the mechanisms, and it might yield you some results later dates, right? So that say, for example, people earlier used to say that research on biotechnology may not give results that fast. In fact, COVID has given a lesson for those comments or suggestions. What is that? Within 10 months, scientists were able to generate vaccine with the help of genomics or bioinformatics or whatever the technology that has evolved over years, correct? So that's good basic and strategic research in the first phase, and sometime later that will have an application, which you do not know. One is translation research, other one is basic and strategic research. Whatever the way you do research, try to ask right questions and make sure that you are able to convert those questions into some kind of answers and try to publish them. As a scientist, going to be a young budding scientist, you should also think how to ask good question. You'll get the answer everywhere, but questions you don't get. You type a question in Google, you'll get the answer, yes or no. But Google will not give the question back to you. So you have to synthesize question. So as a scientist, it's very important for you to frame the question and work and get, I'm sure you'll get a good answer, then you can publish. So that's important for us to publish. And all promotion, everything will follow the moment you start publishing. The rest all becomes secondary. Make sure that you publish and be true to type and honest in publication. So this is what I was just trying to pitch upon. The predatory journals are the one which are killing us. And I was not very comfortable when our honorable speaker in the morning mentioned that most of the agriculture universities have a large amount of paper on predatory journals. So he hinted about it. So the predatory journals are the one he already listed in the morning where they publish everything, just pay the money. They do not have organized way of peer review process. So they can change the date as and when you want. So these are the small things, and they may have some ratings here and there. It could be a pseudo or a false rating. So make sure that you don't get into that trap. As a budding scientist, make sure that there are predatory journal scanning tools available now. You can find out before you publish. Make sure that you don't get into the trap, and make sure that you are true to type. You don't get into that trap. Why you should publish? There are so many stories. I don't want to get into that because some of our friends are already tired. I know that. So this is just a story for the beginners, young students like you. You are asked to make this plant white. You are asked to erase all the chlorophyll. Is it possible? And all biology students, right? The chlorophyll, if you erase chlorophyll, it becomes white. Is it possible to erase the chlorophyll? In this plant, can you make the plant white? Yeah, science probably, if you work in a focused way, it is possible, because when you address basic and strategic research, this is how the fun starts. You can actually, I simple ask, I want to make plant white. How can I make it? That means one of the ways by which is I have to erase the chlorophyll. What should I do? Probably I can spray some chlorophyll extracting. Aisha, can you tell me how to extract chlorophyll from this plant? Yeah, some organic solvent I can make it, but then plant will die, right? When I do that. So I want to make intact plant white. Sit down. I'm just asking. So there are chemical way of erasing the chlorophyll that we don't want. I want to erase chlorophyll, right? So I'm just making you to think in this way. In fact, this is experiment done in our own lab. Therefore, I'm telling you, I didn't do anything. I did a contributory research. Okay, when I was working in our collaborators lab elsewhere. So we got this idea. They were using this particular technology to understand the function of genes associated with certain events, maybe virus resistance, let's put that way, right? So we use that as a base knowledge and ask the question, can we use for our purpose? That's all it is. So this experiment was done right here in our building here to make this plant white by triggering post-transcription gene silencing. It is not our work. Sorry, it is our work, but knowledge is generated by someone else. You understand that? So that's what I say, contributory research. So the good example for contributory research, and the knowledge is advanced. Now it is being used in our lab for some other purposes. The goal is to erase chlorophyll by using a basic knowledge generated elsewhere. We attempted an approach called post-transcription gene silencing. Let's not worry about all that, okay? So we did that. And one MSc student did this experiment, all right? So they did that. They already proved that it is possible, it's working using certain devices. So that MSc student made the plant white. I'm just telling you that you can think much aggressive than what we were thinking earlier. And not only one plant, she made all plants, whatever that is there, made white, just by triggering PTGS, post-transcription gene silencing. That's what I'm saying. Lab is not important. our brain is important, focused experiment is important, we can do wonders. Okay, so they were also doing this experiment. There were some issues in getting uniform silencing. This girl standardized the condition required for uniform silencing. That's all I wanted to say. We'll not go into details. If you're interested, you can come back. And this girl didn't quite keep quiet there. Once that is done, she published also. So it is now being cited, being used. These conditions are being used for uniform silencing in other laboratories also for different purposes, right? So we will not worry about all that. What the point is very simple. If you have innovative ideas, sleep with the idea, think with the idea, work with the idea, you will have the outcome the way we have seen. See the beauty, the white, the green plant, we were able to make total white, not patchy phenotype, we call full white phenotype, just by playing with the small conditions that are required. But others were not knowing this probably. Therefore, they were struggling to do that. You understand? So this way, make sure that you publish. And while publishing, make sure that you pack the information that is required in a precise manner. What is this tree? Ficus bengalensis, right? The banyan tree. So huge tree, it grows, its canopy is huge, and make sure that multiple birds and all kind of things grow, and it is actually giving shade and shelter to multiple things, right? Have you seen the fruit of this? Right? So you have a small fruit. Have you seen the seed? You have seen, you're all agriculture students, come on, right? It's a miniature. So that huge tree information is packed in the small seed. That is what I call it as publication for dispersal or dissemination of knowledge and transfer of seeds from one place to another. So in other words, if you think aggressively, all the big experiment what you do, you can pack them in a decent way and give it to others for the benefit of knowledge. Okay. So this is how you should think, and young brains can work this way, and I wish you good luck in that. So please try to publish. You ask the question, start working. The way our honorable speaker in the morning mentioned, you can start right away working for your methodology, review of literature, you can start working. Now you just submitted your form 2, I suppose, and you can start thinking aggressively. Make sure that you're ready to hit the button submit before you submit your thesis. Is that okay? Agreed? So that would be our output of this conference. So I just again remind you that don't think about this kind of journals called predatory journals. They're free to publish. Be careful. And now people are talking that it is not only you will be blacklisted, your department will be blacklisted, and our institution will be blacklisted if you have too many. These kind of things are being highlighted as a predatory journal publication. So we have to be very careful on that. Okay. So with this, I would like to thank the organizers, and they have given me a good opportunity to talk, chat, and you're welcome. And these are some of the publications by our students in my department when we were working. I'm lucky to be a part of this work. In different journals we were able to publish and demonstrate our work. Because of that, we are recognized. Otherwise, they won't bother us, right? When we publish, they read our work and they will recognize us. So I want you to be like that and grow. And I wish you all good luck. Thank you very much. Before I conclude, I want you to take care. This I want you to remember. As Vice Chancellor just mentioned in the morning, we have all students on campus now. Everybody is in campus right now, right? So we are also probably not bothered too much about our own protection, right? So make sure if you see those cartoons, it is very self-explanatory. So there are asymptomatic members, our own dear friends, and as much as possible, it's our responsibility as a proud citizen to prevent the disease spread, contain the disease. And you may not get any infection, I'm telling you, you'll be very happy. But we might allow the organisms to grow and multiply if you do not follow the guidelines fixed by the university, government, as well as WHO, and make sure that you take care of yourself. And I wish you all good luck. Thank you very much.
ಇದು ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತು.
ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ? ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ?
ಗಾಡಿ
Hello.
ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಡ್ರ್ಯಾಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೇ ನಿಮಿಷ ಈಕಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಈಕಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೆಗಿಯ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಹೀಗೆ F5 ಬೇರೆ ಹಾಕೊಡಿತಾ
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್
ವೈರಸ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಸರ್
ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
ಇದು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲ
ಹಾಂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಹಲೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತಲ್ಲ
ಏನು ಸರ್
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸಹ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟರ್ನಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಝೂಮ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ
ಹಾಂ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ
ಯಾವುದು ಸರ್
ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇದನ್ನ ಇನ್ಸರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೋಣ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್
ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾಳೆ ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ನಾಳೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್
ನಾವು ರಿಮೈನ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಇವರು ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಿಪಿಟಿ ಅದು ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಆಗ್ತದೆ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್ ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ
ಇದು ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಅಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ದು ಇದೇ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್
ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಮುಗಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅವಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸೈನ್
ಈ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಂದ್ರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ ನೆಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ
ಹಾಂ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ
ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಅವಾಗ
ಅದರದ್ದು
ಹಾಂ ಅದೇ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು
ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ
ಇದೆ ಹಾಂ ಇದೊಂದು
ಇದು ಬೇಡವಾ
ಅದು ಹಾಂ ಅದಿರಲಿ
ಇದಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಬೇಡ
ಬೇಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಝೂಮ್ ಏನೇ ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ
ಸರ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇದು ಓಪನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನ ಇದು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಪಿಪಿಟಿ ಇದು ಅದು
ಐದು ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
ಅಕ್ಕ ಇದು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತೆಗೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕಿ ಇದನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ತೆಗ್ದಾಕಿ
ಇರು ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಇರು
ಅಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಬಿಫೋರ್ 5 ವೈಂಡ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಏನಿದೆ 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್
ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ
ಹಲೋ Wait, it is freezed.
ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ರೈಟ್ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದೆಯಾ
ಶೇರ್ ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಸರ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ
ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇನಾದ್ರು ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಲ್ಲೇ
ಅಲ್ಲೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ
ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ಲೈಟ್ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ
ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು
ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಕ್ಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸರಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಬರಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ತಿರುಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅದೇ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಬಟ್ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರೀಪ್ಲಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಜಿಮೇಲ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಫುಲ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಸರ್ ಹೇಗೆ
ಏನಾಯ್ತು
ಇದು ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟದು ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಕ್ಕ ಎಲ್ಲಿಟ್ರಿ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್
ಇವಾಗ ಇದನ್ನ
ತಡೀರಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ It's getting ಬರತ್ತಂತೆ ಸೊ ಅದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ
ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೇರ್ ಬೇಡವಾ
they could able to view Zoom ಅಲ್ಲಿ they could able to view Zoom ಇಂದ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿರೋರು could able to view ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ನೀವು ಎರಡು ಮೂರು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ.
ಅದು ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ. ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ನಿಮ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ PPT ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಇದು ನೆಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಅದನ್ನು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್? ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ 2-3 ಓಪನ್ ಇದೆ, ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು?
ನಾನು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಕರ್ಸರ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಕರ್ಸರ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಈ ಕಡೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಕರ್ಸರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಾಂ, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ, ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ರೀಲ್ ಆಗಿನಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸು. ಹೋಯ್ತು. ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ.
ಇವಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್.
ಅದು ಹೋಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ನೀವು
ಯಾವುದು?
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ.
ಮಿನಿಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ.
ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಬಿಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಅದು ಹೋಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಹೋಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ.
ನಿಮಿಷ ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್, ಇದೇ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಟೈಮೇ ಪೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ. ನೀವು ಇಂಟ್ರಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ
ಸರ್. ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್, ಬಿಡಿ, ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಇದರಲ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು
ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ರೀಲ್ ಆಗಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಅವಾಗ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದಾ
ಸರ್. ಅದು ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ಬರೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು
ಅಣ್ಣ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ತಂದು ಇಟ್ಬಿಡಿ.
ಅದು ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಮಿನಿಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಪೂರ್ತಿ. ಈಗ ಓಪನ್
ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಸರ್. ಈ ಬಟನ್ ಜಾದು
ಜಿಕೆ ಕರಾಗಲ್ಲ.
ಹಾಂ,
ಇದಾದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗಿನ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಏನಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತೀಯಾ? ನೀನು ಅದನ್ನೇನು ಹಿಡಿಯೋ.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am here to introduce you Mr. Raghavendra. He is a senior technical staff, Drill Bit Bangalore. He is going to render a speech on use of Drill Bit anti-plagiarism software, and he has 2 decades of professional experience. Since he was engaged in the information science and domain, he got an opportunity to work in various segments, information and knowledge center ranging from CSIR lab to IISc lab, and during his tenure he has engaged in training program and also urban resource center and introduced many innovative resource ideas. From past 1 year, he has been heading the business development unit of Drillbit, and he is going to give a lecture on anti-plagiarism software, that's Drillbit. And I welcome you to this session, sir. Please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I extended my thanks to the Dr. V. Krishnamurthy, Professor and HOD, and Dr. Shulingaya and Banu Prakash sir given me opportunity for presenting our product demonstration and highlighting about plagiarism and intellectual integrity, because the most of the target audience are students and research community. This is very much required for the what is the types of plagiarism, what is the plagiarism, and before going to demonstration, just I'm highlighting. It may not take more than 15-20 minutes. I hope we have been struggled for since morning. We have listening a lot of 2-3 lecture series. So in the first part, I am covering what is the plagiarism, types of plagiarism, and what is the UGC regulation as per 2018, and how to uphold academic integrity, and what the latest. Even though we are talking about plagiarism is illegal, unethical, academic, unethical, and intellectual unethical, also the lot of kind of instances happening in our India. So just I'm giving latest examples. So what is plagiarism? So a lot of definitions and meaning available in the international internet platform. Just I am taken it here, one of the popular one. See, plagiarism means, as per the Merriam-Webster online dictionary, plagiarize means to steal and pass off ideas and words another as one's own. For example, I am a theft. I stole the cars of somebody else and I'm changing the painting of the body of the color and changing the wheels, interior, exterior. Even though I have done it, that car never belongs to me because the car has been registered as somebody else. Even somebody has prepared a nice cake. Just you have stolen that cake, you are just changing the decorating that cake on the top and you are claiming that it's cake. It never that cake. You will not never prepared original cook of the cake. It's like just you are stealing up. You're passing, you are stealing the somebody else's ideas. To commit literary theft, to present as new and original an idea and product derived from an existing sources. Just you are copying and pasting somebody else already published literature and you claiming that it belongs to yours. So that is what previous lecture the professor clearly told us, duplication of the work. So you're not contributing to any researcher, you're not discovering, you're not having any novel ideas, novel thoughts, novel intellectual process. So there are a lot of different types of plagiarism existing around the world. The most of the plagiarism softwares, they do survey and they have done a lot of research. They come out what is the popular plagiarism types which has been practiced around the world. The plagiarism not restricted to any geographic. It's not the problem of any particular A institution, B organization or C organization. It has been become an unethical act of entire world. Academic institutions, they are facing this plagiarism. So direct and verbatim plagiarism, copy and pasting passage of text without any citation. Citation is very, very important. Even you are copying and pasting of some passage. Suppose if you are writing a new research paper, for that you are reading a lot of research papers. So you found that some passage, some introductory passage, some passage, if you are finding very interested, you want to use that passage in your writing paper, you must and should you know that how to cite the source, where you have been sourced that particular passage. There is a logic in the inside text and outside text. Just you are giving the references part, it will not end your job. You have to mention where you have copied in the double quoted, and also you mention the reference number in the paper. You will able to see that international journals, if you are reading the article, in the middle of the text, you could able to know that they will mention the number. If you click on that number, it will take you to the respective reference part where that exact author has been copied the specific sentence, passage, or anything. So self-plagiarism, reusing passage and ideas of previously submitted work. That is what I had given the recycle process. I am being an author, I have published so many papers. I mean that I have taken the liberty of using my previously published literature for writing the new research paper. Even though I am doing the unethical act and also I am doing the copyright infringement. Even though whatever the paper published, I am the author. Before publications, I have given the undersigning the copyright to the respective publication house where I am submitting the paper in whichever journal. Before publication, I have given the undersigning that entire copyright belongs to the respective publication house. Even though I am author, I want to use that, I have to take the prior permission from the copyright owner. Accidental plagiarism might occur without understanding how to cite the sources. In that cases, we can give the excuses. For this, I would like to give the example of my previous organization. When I was discussing with senior scientists, when he was doing the post-graduation or higher studies in the Western countries, one of the professor in which department he was studying asked him to write a research paper. He has spent half a day in the library and he has copied some papers and submitted that draft to the professor. Professor just gone through it and told that it's not belongs to the original idea, you are copied. Just the scientist said, yes sir, I have copied. And he told that this is against to our country policies and strictly we are zero tolerance about the plagiarism in the university. So he accepted, yes I have copied. He confessed that, accepted. So that is called accidental plagiarism. They don't know how to. They are accepting, but they don't know how to sources, how to references. Mosaic and patchwork plagiarism. Multiple sources, ideas, text put together in format without citation. For this one, I am a blog writer. So somebody is approaching me to write a corona. What I am doing, I am consulting 20-25 articles and I take one paragraph from each sources and I build a 2 to 3 pages of content and I will submit to the respective those who have been approached to me. There is process called as patchwork plagiarism and mosaic plagiarism. Paraphrasing, redrafting the someone else ideas without citation. This is a very popular one plagiarism type which has been practiced around the world. For that, the helping that the students is a lot of spinning tool is available in the internet. What they used to do, they take the one specific passage and running in the spinning tool. What it will do, it will change the passive voice to the active voice to the passive voice, and synonymous term. Please press the synonymous term. If you are reading original paragraph and paraphrasing paragraph, the sounding and meaning remains the same, but that second paragraph was paraphrasing. Complete plagiarism, copy and pasting the entire text someone else as your one. You are not doing anything, completely introductory part or some other part, you are completely doing the cut and paste, you are claiming that that belongs to me. So this is very important because being a student, you have to be aware of what is the penalties and how it will going to be impact your career. So higher education UGC, as per UGC 2018, which clearly says to create awareness, to establish institutional mechanism, to develop system to detect plagiarism, to set up mechanism to prevent plagiarism and punish. And what content? It clearly said what are the content needs to be checked. Research papers, thesis, dissertation. If you are contributing any chapters in the books, full-fledged books, any other similar works needs to be plagiarized checked. So similarity checks and the same guidelines, it clearly says what things needs to be excluded from the plagiarism check in uploading document. All above quoted words, references, bibliography, table of content, preface and acknowledgement, all generic verbs, laws, standard symbols, standard equations. Those things inevitable while you are writing the thesis and dissertations. Those things will be excluded from the plagiarism check. So levels of plagiarism and penalties in the case of plagiarism. I am requesting give kind attention to this slides. This is very, very important. And you are going out from the university and you are taking different career in your future. So you should be, when you are going to be academic or working any R&D, when you are engaged in any academic activities or research publication, these things are very, very important. So level 1, as per the UGC 2008 guidelines, level 0, similarity up to 10% they consider as a minor similarity, there is no penalty. Minor similarity, there is no penalty for the faculty as well as students. This slide will speak. Level 1, similarity above 10%, below 40%. When it comes to the thesis and dissertation, such a student shall be asked to submit a revised script within a stipulated period of time, not exceeding. If your uploaded document is containing more than 10%, below 40%, the organization will you 2 weeks, 3 weeks time and ask you to submit the revised script. When it comes to the academic and research publication, there is no question of revised script. They will ask you to withdraw the manuscript. Level 2, similarity percentage above 40 and below 60%. Such a student shall be debarred from submitting a revised script for a period of 1 year. This is very, very important. Your thesis or dissertation is containing above 40% and below 60%. There is no question of asking you to revise submission of the document. They will debar you for the period of 1 year. When it comes to the faculty members, shall be asked to withdraw the manuscript, shall be denied a right to 1 annual increment, shall not be allowed to be a supervisor for a period of 2 years. When the similarity is above 60%, what would be the penalties? Such a student registration, that program shall be cancelled. In the previous case, they will debar for 1 year. Here, they will cancel your registration of the program. And it will remain the same, but shall not be allowed to supervisor for the period of 2 years. In the previous case, 1 year, they will increase 1 more year. So as per GKVK, so the plagiarism percentages varies from one organization to the another organizations. For A university is practicing one thing, B university is practicing different thing. As per the GKVK, they are not considering entire thesis or entire dissertation. They have divided into chapter wise. For the masters, if you are studying a post-graduation introductory chapter, they will keep 10% of plagiarism. If it is result and discussion, 15%. Summary part, 10%. This is only applicable for the PG student, masters. When it comes to the PhD students, it will be introductory is 10, results and discussion is 10, summary is 10. All the 3 chapters remain the 10%. This is very important for you people. So what is intellectual integrity, academic integrity? This is very, very important being a student. It most important act in academic or R&D environment by respecting and acknowledging other ideas and work by proper citation. So how do we respecting other published literature or other ideas and thought process? By giving the proper citation. As I said, proper citation means just your job will not end by giving the references. You should give the double quote, and also you should mention the reference number in the middle of the text. Wherever you copied, wherever you used exact either one line, one sentence, one passage, you should give the reference number, and also you can mention the sources in the reference part. That is the way you are respecting the real creator, real ideas creator, real original intellectual property owner. Avoiding plagiarism can uphold intellectual integrity. Adopting research ethics can be maintain academic integrity individually. By doing it, you yourself maintaining the academic integrity individually. So these are the latest plagiarism incidents. I don't want to go deep because short of time I am going to demonstrate the software. So recently Delhi University has been, a couple of principal has been caught for plagiarism. It has been identified and the committee has been given recommendation for the sacking of those principal to the UGC committee. So conclusion, we should get inspired from whatever we read and understand, should not imitate. We should get the inspiration. We should not copying, we should not imitate. So always try to think originally. That will help in blooming your creativity, which is hidden inside you. By thinking, always you are thinking own ideas, it will help you to bring out what are the hidden talent inside you. Or else you will only easy job to do the cut and paste job. By cut and paste, you will killing your own talent, killing your own discovery kind of thought process. So by delivering original ideas and thoughts gives self-satisfaction and helps in creating intellectual ethical environment. By not only it will help you bringing out your talent, you will helping indirectly creating an intellectual ethical environment where you are studying, where you are engaged in organizations. So I'm going to demonstrate our Dilbit software. This is our plagiarism web page, www.dilbitplagiarism.com. Once you come to the web page, click on login. This is the login page. You can use the login credentials given by the Dilbit or your admin account holder. So this is our home page. Each page to help the user community or student community to use the software without anybody's interventions, help and support. We are given clear instruction in each page. Create a folder and select the folder to submit the document. Once you log on to come to the home page, you must and should create a folder. So before that, I will explain you account information, because most of the time the student community call and asking us, even though their particular institution is having the license of this store, they could not able to upload the document because they could not able to check. Here you have to check total document allotted, because particular this mail ID, the admin account holder given the permission of up to 1000 document, he or she can upload the documents. For example, for your mail ID, the admin account holder are given 10 documents. You have reached the threshold of 10 documents. Still, if you want to upload 11th document, you could not able to upload the document because the software denying the access of uploading the document. Then you have to go back to your admin account. Then you can extend the uploading of document. It will allow you to upload the document. So that once you log in, you have to check the account information for your own clarification. So once come to the home page, create a folder. You click on create a folder. Folder name, you give any folder name. Select the validity date. So as in the previous screen, I clearly told that as per the UGC guidelines 2018, it clearly said by uploading the document, what things needs to be excluded. So we need to exclude reference part. We need to exclude double quoted words. We had given here two options. You should be very careful while selecting the third option. As per the UGC guidelines, if you are uploading document is either thesis or dissertation, you can select the 14 similarity words. Either you are uploading the document is research paper. Most of the high impact journals are international publication houses, they used to follow the standard 5 to 8 words. So you have to decide yourself what kind of document you are uploading for the plagiarism check. As per that, you have to select this option. Because I am uploading here research articles, so I am not going to select the yes. I am leaving it auto select. And option to exclude include source, you should select yes. And then you can, because this is very important part, how you are selecting the desired setting, it will reflecting on the similarity percentage. If you do any mistake here, you will find that will be reflecting in the similarity percentage. What you will find the analysis page, there it will be reflecting. You should be very careful selecting the desired settings. After that, you should click on submit button. And also it's a matter of internet speed, signal strength, also it's matter to get the quick result. So folder has been already created. So you could able to see here, folder name, submission 0. It's showing 0 because since I have created this folder, I have not uploaded any documents. That's why it's showing 0. Status active when it has been created. Edit. You will get one more chance. In the desired setting, if you want to do any modification, alteration, any changes, you can click on edit setting. It will take you to the previous screen. Do whatever changes, then you can click on submit button. You will get back to this screen. Once again, you will get the chance to here if you want to do any modification in the desired setting. To upload the document, you click on select. So here I am proudly claiming that we are the first firm in India. We have developed 17 Indian regional languages. We do plagiarism check. So that's why we are given two options: upload English and non-English regional languages. You should select the upload English. Here we are given three options: single file, multiple file, and zip file. If you click on multiple file, at the same time you could able to upload the 10 documents. For the checking plagiarism, result will be generating individual document. For zip file, you could able to upload 20 file, 20 file. At the same time, you can upload and check the plagiarism. So I am selecting single file. You give the author name, title, and document types. Either you are uploading document is thesis, dissertation, article, ebook, synopsis, assignment, project work, research paper. If you are contributing any chapters in the book, analytical or business report, blog, web page. If your uploading document does not belongs to any of these documents, you can have the option to select others. So I am selecting here research paper. And also we have clearly mentioned here multiple file format support. What type of file formats our drill bit supports? PDF, doc, docx, txt, etc. You can choose the file. So minimum it takes 3 minutes, maximum is 15 minutes. As I said, internet connectivity speed and file size matters. So you could able to see here author name, paper title, file name, language, and paper ID. This is very important. From your own student, I have received a call from a few months back. Accidentally, one of your student has been saved the document in our repository. Again, he uploaded the same document for plagiarism check. It will showing 100% because that copy has been already saved in our repository. So such a time, if you want to retrieve from our software, the software is asking paper ID. You do remember paper ID. So similarity, it means that it started already analyzing the uploaded document text by text and character by character against the content coverage. So could you able to see here similarity percentage? You click on it here. So this is a very, very important part. More than 80% of the queries we do get from this part. All the participant requesting you to give the kind attention to this slide, because you will get a lot of clarification from here. Similarity percentage is called matched source. Matched source we do given in descending order. Top copied sources sit in the top and the lowest in the bottom of the chart. See the particular authored 12% of similarity content accumulation. He has been copied 34 sources. See, we are given serial number, location, primary source, percentage, link, and exclude. Just you can click on it, any link. It will take you to the corresponding link where that specific percentage of the copied content from the sources from this article. Like that, you can click any of the link. It will take you to the corresponding link where the author has been copied. So if you want to exclude, so as I said, I am an author, or you are finding that lot of similarity words, those words it inevitable in your document, those are appeared in the plagiarism, is showing that plagiarism you want to exclude, you just click on it, exclude link, select the OK. So in the bottom you could able to see here excluded source. If you want to again include, just you can click on it here. This is the matched source. This is the middle of the analysis page. We have highlighted copied content in different color. You could able to see here pink color, gray color, green color, ash color, because to help the author to replace the copied content with original content. These are the features: download, QR code, save to repository, digital receipt, email notification, file. So I will show you download the report. So this is the way Drillbit is generating the report in the PDF format. You could able to see here file information and what is the original content, copied content, excluded information. This is we are following UGC guidelines. This is the format, because as per UGC, this uploaded document generated 12% belongs to the B grade, 11 to below 40. So matched source we are given in different colors. You go down. See, you could able to see here highlighted in different color, and beginning of the color you could able to see different numbers. That number indicates specific link. If you go and click on that particular link, whatever the number highlighted, the specific number in the entire text, that content has been copied from the specific link. This is report. If you want to reduce the similarity percentage, you download the report, you carefully study the report, and you could able to decide yourself where you have been copied more content and how to replace the copied content with original content. This is QR code. This is the unique feature existing in our Drillbit. Just you can scan this QR code on your smartphone. You could able to download the report. Save to repository. As I said, you don't use these options unless until your original document has been finally submitted to the respective department or agency. This is very, very important. Digital receipt. Quite often we do get the questions from where do you get the plagiarism certificate. So you can click on it here. We are given down print option. You can print the button. You will get the print of the plagiarism report. It has made it as a mandatory. You have to enclose the plagiarism certificate along with the document, whichever you are submitted to the either your department or university or publication house. So this is email notification. You can directly type multiple mail IDs and directly send the report to the respective professor or HOD. So this is file information. It will capture entire details of the document. Could able to view. This is exit. So, sir, you want me to show admin account features, sir? Banu Prakash, sir. You want me to show any admin account features? Yeah. So, I have completed. If you are having any queries or questions, please. So if you are not having questions, I will wind up the session. Shall I wind up? So once again, thank you for Banu Prakash sir and Shivlingaya sir and Krishnamurthy sir for giving us the opportunity to give demonstration of our product and explaining plagiarism and types of plagiarism and how to uphold the academic integrity. Thank you, one and all. Bye.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Raghavendra, Senior Technical Staff, Drillbit Bangalore, for demonstrating the use of Drillbit applications to check the anti-plagiarism. And I would like to thank all the participants for your patient hearing. And also thanks Program Coordinator, Dr. Vayan Shivlingaya sir, for organizing this technical writing program. Thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you one and all. We will meet again in some other occasion. We will wind up the session today. We are closing the session now.